I'm very glad Lucky actually counted down that time, because I had a cough. Suddenly.
Death.
Excuse me for a moment. You're listening to Rain. I'm going to drink some water. Okay, all right. Now we're better. Hi, this is session 14. An auspicious start. Before we go anywhere, I would like to remind everybody, especially because it is a new month. That's right, it's September, baby. This episode is brought to you by our patrons, like Adam D. Harp, Blacklist OG, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, JDV 9000, Just the Fae, Kaiser, Crystarlight, Legendary Boss Hunter, Rise of Kenshi, Rogue Roman Charvor, some guy named Bob Mender, and the Crow. If you like what we do, like I had too many dues in there, and you want to see us do more, consider supporting us on Patreon. Thank you for your support. Okay. The patron read out of the way and me done fighting my own hair. We're playing Rain.
It's Rain.
It's the afternoon or something.
It's like rain.
All right, okay. We're going to start it this way. I believe, because there were, the time frame was talked around a little, but I believe the most recent version of the plan was for the main two Logi brothers to go to the old fort. Like right now. That was the first thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that's where we were going. So, step number one. We also start in the top. Aren, Konrad's evening plans are to dine with the contingents?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you can, so that's fine. Leslok is asking Narissa out on a date, basically. Going to dine.
Yeah.
Okay, you're good. Now,
Right.
Nicola, I feel
Yes?
like you have made like 3 versions of plans, so what exactly are you attempting to do this evening?
So I'm having dinner with the captain admiral to talk business, and then I'm meeting with the twins afterward. And I think I will probably, just so this doesn't get clogged, I will probably meet with the sister another time.
Okay, all right. Hey, what's your status score right now? What's your status advantage at?
My status?
Yeah.
Let me check. I think it's 1 or 2.
Yes, curious and curious.
Yes, 1.
Okay, all right. I would like you to roll Charm plus Graces to see if you can swing a dinner invite.
Do I get any advantage at all from knowing the person? Or having met the person?
No.
Fair enough. Pair of 8s, pair of 6s. Pair of 8s is the best, though.
All right. Yes. Basically, Nicola can format a, request to call and dine in such a way that you are so polite that it would be impolite to refuse you. So yes, your dinner plans are locked in, and there's no further complications with speaking after dinner to the twins.
Hey. It's the only charisma skill I have other than plead.
Well, that's the assumption. All right. We go down one more. Logesh, you are planning on visiting Espada, I think, today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What manner of plans is this? Because I know you have your bottle of wine to gift to Rodrigo. Are you just gonna pop in and say hi? You gonna try and get dinner?
Casual, just relaxing, drinking time with Rodrigo.
Okay,
And
all right.
don't need to make a big deal out of it, especially since I am going to drop the, hey, I've invited you to a thing involving Baron Aura.
Yes. All right. No, you do not need to roll for that. That's just you drop a note to Rodrigo saying you're coming by. Got it. And Inos, are you? I'm trying to remember. I think you said you just want to hang out at the club. Are you planning on dining out at all, or are you just gonna club it up?
I was gonna eat supper at the club and
yes, right.
relax there.
All right, okay. Hey, you need relaxing, man. You're cruising on about 4 hours of sleep right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good. Excellent.
Yeah, I wonder what
Check
that's
everything.
like.
All right. Well, for the sake of scooching things along faster, we go to the old fort.
Yes. To the old fort.
You know, you
All right,
can hail a cab or walk.
Let's see. What does Konrad prefer?
I'm fine with walking, but what do you want?
Let's get a cab.
Okay.
It's a little fast, but okay. Hey, he's the boss. He wants a cab. Just for the sake of the complete mise en scene, Logesh, are you gonna go with him? You can argue that your Marquess is currently very well protected, but
Yeah, with Konrad. Yeah, no, I feel like this is acceptable. I'll let them go.
okay. So we wind up to the old fort. Since it's been a while since the old fort's actually been on screen, to remind everybody, the old fort is kind of what it says it is. It is an old fortification. When this, city was being built and the whole sprawling palace complex wasn't here, it was, a military fort kind of at the top of the bay, looking down, keep control of the land. It's had a few add-ons over the years, but it hasn't actually been used as a military outpost in goodness knows how long, probably several hundred years. It is mainly the base of operations for the crown constables who keep the king's law and the peace in this city and beyond in the crown lands. So there are, soldiers, constables posted on guard, with halberds and other various town guardy type things, bill hooks, billy clubs, clubs for billy, pointed
Bully.
stick.
Bully.
Yes. But the old fort has been built onto with other stuff, so or I should say, newer things. So there is also, attached to it, basically across the courtyard, the major city courthouse and various other, governmental buildings. Hey, people at home, can you tell? We're all a little off today.
Aw.
Okay. Luckily, it's a 3-day weekend, so. Anyway, the old fort. You two show up and are, greeted with the amount of crisp salutes and reverence you would appreciate, you expect. And do I want to make? No. Actually, this is a good question, though. Leslok, did you buy an increased status yet?
Uh,
Or are you still cruising like a 3?
I'm still 3.
Okay.
I guess I should think about getting 4, but
Yeah, at some point you should.
I think
Yeah,
3.
you should. I don't. I'll double check the book. I don't actually know if I'm supposed to just grant you extra juice, but you should probably pay for the extra level of status.
Let me check.
Another one. But yes, so no, I think it's sufficient for you to just walk in like you're clearly supposed to be here. And Konrad gets a free pass because nepotism.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the world. So I assume that Leslok, you are immediately asking for some of the Lord Marshal's time.
Yes, actually.
Okay.
The goal is to get Konrad to the records, and then I'll meet him up with him after the Lord Marshal.
All right, so yes, you are taken up by a constable to the Lord Marshal's office. Deep up in what was once the central tower of the fort. You go up a couple flights of steps. It's nice, very pragmatic design, but obviously this is one of the offices of the High Council, so it is nicer appointed. Got some rolled out carpets. There are some marbled busts of classical marshals from ages past, kind of a thing. Got a few pictures. At some point, you guys probably going up the stairs do see like a row of portraits of previous Lord Marshals, and towards the end of the line, there is indeed your own father. There's a commemorative portrait when Leofric was made. It's kind of surprising, actually, because it was only like 5 years before he died, but he looked so much younger in the portrait. Good job. It's stressful, y'all. But the outer office of the Lord Marshal is got big solid desks, the kind of things you could throw in front of a door, hide behind in case ne'er-do-wells came calling. With a couple of uniformed, bemedaled lieutenants there.
I was checking this, and it says if you're appointed a title that's greater than what you are, you can get the status for it.
Okay.
That also just might mean you can
when
buy
it says
the
you can
status.
get it, does it say you buy more of it, or your
Let's see here.
advantage increases?
Lord for lady,
That is unfortunately
character of no
still-
status who gets appointed Lord or Lady should get this advantage one at least.
I'm gonna be real. What that sounds like is that you're allowed to buy up your status. You can't just be status 5 and be absolutely fucking nobody.
Yeah.
Let's see, for Duke or Duchess, their status advantage can never be below 2.
Yeah, it sounds like there's minimum statuses, but otherwise not. It sounds like you get free points? Okay. So yes, you should. If you wish, full respect, you should pay that little bit extra for the next level.
For the 4.
I know we've debated that before, but yes. So, like I said, there's a couple of uniformed lieutenants. They just politely ask you to wait. One of them clonk clonk knocks on the door, goes in. All right, send him in. And you guys are escorted into the Lord Marshal's office. I don't actually think either of you went to go see Leofric at the old fort when you were here last.
No.
None of us did, no.
Yeah, so you've never seen inside, but it's a big, vaulted room, solid reinforced, timber floors, stacks of like shelves, lots of framed, maps. There are a couple of like, artistic drawings of historical battles, but mostly, like I said, maps and that kind of thing. Lots of charters, scrolls, documents stuffed into, like cubbyhole cabinets and that kind of stuff. Lord Marshal has a huge, big, dark wood writing desk. If you had to guess what the Grand Duke has added to this situation, it was probably not Leofric's style to have a couple of more modern, like, Cavalier armor sets, in the wall. There's a couple of, muskets and swords hanging up on the wall.
Gotcha.
There's a big shield with, the seal of the office and stuff on it. And inside is Russell Pettyroy, Grand Duke, Lord Commander of the Blood Shields, Tribune of the Crown's Guard, Lord Marshal, Commander of the Crown Constables. You know the titles, big one stuff.
Yeah.
What about
I
those things?
have actually managed to get our image generator to make some profile images of characters. Do you want me to throw them up in the Discord?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Also, I was looking at the title thing, like how there is nothing for like Marquess, but the equivalent, I guess, is Duke and Duchess rank.
No.
No.
No, that's Duke and Duchess are higher, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Duke and Duchess as high as you can get before becoming a king.
A Marquess is greater than a count, lower than a duke.
Okay, so I guess it would only be equivalent to like the lady one, lady book.
Eh.
Axe, just buy up your damn status.
My suggestion is don't worry about it right now.
Yeah.
I like this image because it generated with a hat.
Hat!
The generator is very funny.
They are.
But Russell is, he's 45, so he's in his middle age, weathered face, got some lines on it. Keeps his hair kind of close cropped, usually helmet length, but his beard's a little bit bushy. Kind of hazel toned eyes. You can see a couple of thin scars on his face. But a little bit of pink in his cheeks still. Kind of wearing more relaxed colors than the High King. Kind of gold and silver trim, on his clothing, but got kind of more relaxed tan colors. He is still wearing like a uniform coat, for lack of a better term, for the blood shields. Kind of a blood red overcoat. Sits up or stands up to greet you and is like, "Afternoon, boy. Afternoon, lads. Come in, come in."
I don't know if it's much. Oh. I don't know if it's only just Leslok this time, because I don't know if I kind of already broke off.
No.
No.
Okay.
Konrad will give him a respectable bow.
Yeah, returns it with a nod.
Leslok will give about. Leslok will give a gesture as well.
Yeah. I ask you to sit, but I don't know if this is a social call or not. So have a seat if you like.
Leslok will take a seat.
Konrad will kind of take a spot where normally Logesh would be, like behind him to the left, like where the Cavalier would be.
All right. Well, Marquess, congratulations.
Thank you.
To what do I owe this pleasure?
First, we wanted to ask you if we could have access to your records.
He kind of nods, strokes his beard a little, and says, "Well, normally that would be fairly easy if you'd phrase that as I, but we." Kind of gives Conrad a kind of appraising side eye. But I suppose, Marquess Logi, you vouch for your brother, your little brother?
I do.
All right. Well, that's pretty easy. There are some matters of protocol to follow, but I find it's a lot simpler to just maintain a reasonable level of trust. Well, kind of, shuffle some of his papers for a sec. Grabs a little, slice of stationery, just scribbles something on it in an ink pen. Hands it to Conrad.
Thank you, my lord.
Of course. It's a very, hastily, but still got some, obviously he's well-lettered. He's, King's brother. But hastily scrawled, and it basically says the equivalent of, Lord Conrad Logi can look at the records if he likes. Signed, Russell Pettyroy, Lord Marshal. If you need to know where they are, ask one of the constables outside.
Thank you.
But he kind of, tilts his head towards Leslok. Is that all, Marquess?
No, I had something different matter to discuss with you personally.
I suspect as much. In that
Am I
case,
already? Am I good to depart then, Lord Brother?
I looks at the marshal. It's like, I think you are. Tell me what you find when I join you later.
Of course. Konrad then gives one more bow to Russell Petroy and will depart from the room.
right? Gives you another, respectful nod back. So, Comrade, are you going to ask, to be shown where the records are?
Yes.
All right, yeah. That's easy. One of the, like I said, constables there will, just check it out and just be like, nice way, sir.
Thank you.
And you go on a, long run, run down the stairs towards the lower levels. At some point, he probably, grabs an oil lantern off the rack. Store records in the basement where it's cool and dry, sir. You'll need a lantern.
Thank you.
No problem, sir.
Are you aware where certain documents are kept, or is there someone more informed about such things?
Well, I know a few things, but there should be a few secretaries down there to keep mindful of things. Got a few record keepers.
All right. I'll inquire with them then.
Right.
Thank
Tips
you.
his cap to you.
I give him a short nod.
Right. And so, back to the office. As Konrad prepares to raid the stacks. So yes, door closes behind. Konrad goes about his way outside. The Lord Marshal actually, because I did not say it explicitly, but I imagine he was kind of, still standing up but leaning on his desk before he actually goes back to sit down in his chair. What can I do you for, Lord Marquess?
Lord Marshal, I guess to excuse the pleasantry, I feel like you and probably, I think, rest of the capital will probably know by tomorrow.
Kind of taps the side of his nose. Okay, for that, there's many things the Lord Marshal knows already.
I would like
Kinda
your
good.
blessing
Good.
for the hand of your daughter.
Well, that's fairly straightforward. Raises a finger. Hold on a moment. Goes in the dresser. Pops out with a bottle of probably some classy aged Foretti brandy. Sets a cut. Digs out a simple, straightforward soldier's tin cup. Sets it in front of him. He pulls out a second cup and gestures to you.
I think I'll hold it. I think Leslok will hold it to at least be poured.
Okay, so you'll take it.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, he pours a healthy run of brandy into each cup. Corks a bottle, puts it back in his desk. Says, picks it up. He'll clink glasses with you and take a sip. That's the good stuff. Well, speaking now as, no longer Grand Duke and Marquess, but as, two adult men.
Yes.
Obviously, I am aware of your intentions. I mean, whole bleeding capital's aware of your intentions by now. But
It's why I've accepted just to move forward with it.
Aye. Sensible. Direct. I like it. I must admit, my Rissa seems very fond of you. She seems to greatly enjoy your exchanged correspondence. But I must admit, my own impression of you, sir, was maybe a little more methodical, bookish. kind of takes another swig of his brandy. I can say it. I admit most of your kin are kind of head in the clouds types, or maybe in the mountains. Now, old Leofric wasn't that way. He was to the point, bold, action-oriented. But he got himself in his fair bit of trouble for it. You wouldn't believe back in the day. In the capital. Oh, good.
I'm seeking to follow my father's example, though be a bit more astute when I be a bit more unobservant of how much trouble I can take on at once.
Yeah, there's kind of a not quite a sad, but definitely kind of like a more somber look in his eyes as he, nods and takes another little, swig of the brandy. Aye. You don't want to emulate too closely, lad. Well, I remember it back in the day in the capital. Old Wulfric rattling around. He was actually, Lord Warden at the time. Rattling around. Fielding all manner of complaints. As Leofric fancied about the land. Solving problems, causing problems. Anyway. That's aside. Past is the past. Future is the future. And as I said, I am it. Your boldness has taken me by surprise, sir, and I appreciate it. I also appreciate the respect in asking. Obviously, whether or not any arrangements go through, well, that will be between you and Nerissa. Goodness knows, I don't think a wild Oliphant could stop that girl if she set her mind to something. She'd probably ride it home. But
she has that ferocity to her. Always.
He kind of strokes his beard a little and smiles a little to himself. No idea where she gets that from.
Well, I wanted to ask you, Wesley, but I also wanted to ask, I guess, how we would sort this between our family.
Well, now that is a question. I must admit, I want a very easy route myself. My lady wife, the Grand Duchess, is from one of the branch houses of Crownlands. I have had a quiet courtship and a quiet marriage after she helped patch me up after I took a particularly bad jousting lance to the chest as a young man. And it was simple as. But, things are not always so straightforward. In simple, kind of rolls the cup between his fingers. I mean, in simple legal terms, lad, you're an agent of the crown. You're a Marquess, head of an entire province. You're a peer of the High King.
Yes.
My
So are you.
lovely daughter is technically fifth in line for the throne. But God's willing, it would never come up to that. Obviously, Roderick is aware of your designs at this point. You spoke with him privately earlier today, right? By the way, this may actually be one of the few times you've ever heard anybody actually just straight up use the High King's given name. But he's his brother, so you can kind of see where they're at.
Yeah, it makes sense.
In private, he calls him Roddy.
Probably.
Roddy Piper.
Come on, Rowdy
the High King
Roddy.
probably used to calling his younger brother just Russ, because he's Russell.
Russ and Roddy. That actually sounds kind of fun.
Both of which I think are either related to kingship or have roots to the word red. In case you forgot that everybody in this house, well, not everybody in this house actually. Prince Menas has like Stormcloud gray hair, but the Hot Roy coloration is red gold. Anyway, go.
What was discussed between me and our Highness is might come up later in the meeting tomorrow. I don't need to bring it up now.
Well, I guess I'll take that as he, in his usual way, didn't raise any objections.
Actually, has he told you anything about the idea of the Grand Tour for his son?
Nah. Not in so many words, lad, but Known him all my life. I know what he's thinking.
He offered Narissa to come along with me for that, if that says anything.
Mm. Well, that would technically be her duty, I guess. Unfortunately, taking on the position of Lord Marshal, well, that means I can do my job of protecting the king and protecting the king's law and the people very well. It means I can't look after my own things. Let me tell you, it's well, you know for leading a house, but it's a bloody annoying thing. Your brother becomes a high king, you have to change your name and all your papers, and you get given loads of land and generalship as a consolation prize, just in case they need to, you know, sneak up and activate you in case of any of the worst thing happening. Well, now I'm, you know, brother asks me, I'm buddy in charge of something else. And I don't hate the work, but it's a lot of work.
It really
Anyway,
was.
I'm digressing. Careful, you're going to get me talking.
Right. Right.
Kip up, sip your brandy. It's the good stuff, don't worry, it won't bite you. He is probably most of the way or completely dispensed with his own glass.
I think Leslok is like had like 1 or 2 sips the whole time.
Yeah.
He's like tried not to drink that much at all.
It's the good shit.
The good
But it is,
shit.
you know, brandy is fortified wine, so it is probably stronger than what you have usually consumed. Especially because on the boat trip, you deliberately water down your alcohol with water because the purpose is not to get smashed; it's to prevent your water from being icky. Anyway, asides on your drinking habits, yeah, he, you know, sets his cup to the side and says, "Anyway, as I was saying, that's her right as a member of both the royal family and the House of Pettiroy, and also of her own responsibilities. Obviously, if you've been invited to such a event, that's between you and the High King and the Crown Prince. And of course, you know, again, taps the side of his nose. I'll have my input as well. I'm sure he'll ask me about it in some roundabout way any day now. Or he'll spring the thing on the whole body-eye council when they're not looking. He's always been real good at that.
Often, he does that often, then.
Oh, I kind of gives you you know, very similar kind of like appraising look that he gave Konrad earlier, and he says, "Well, if you're courting my daughter, it's only fair to talk as, you know, like I said, as men. My brother's always been clever like that. I was taught, you know, straightforward solutions. Guard this, hit that, joust here, march there, straightforward stuff. But
Reminds me of
my
conversation
brother's
I had with my own
always
brother.
been real clevers. So the best way for him to get something done is for him to plan it all out in his head, figure out exactly what everybody's going to say about how they don't like it, and have already figured out how to get him to agree anyway. Then he'll get him. Now, don't be surprised. Some of the members of that council are obviously not as young as yourself, but they're young. They're willing to change their minds and flex a little, especially if it'll help them look better to their peers or their banners. But
that all
some
in
of
mind.
them are old hands, a little more fixed in their ways, getting too used to doing things the way they've always been done. Gods know I feel like that sometimes. But, hey, yeah, he's the High King, so what he says goes.
What's worked out for him so far?
But yes, that will probably be a kind of pauses there for a second, like he's searching for the word. Appropriate time of courtship for all that. And obviously shows that you're in favor with the High King and the Crown Prince. As I said earlier, it is unlikely that Narissa or her children will inherit the throne. But it would technically mean that your descendants would be involved in the royal line. The chance of that coming up are extremely rare. I'd have to check the old family records back at Whirlwind, but it's very uncommon for anybody after leaving the House of the Dragon to be put back in. even if they are a closer relation. But, as you know from my brother's own marriage to Marquess Esparta's sister, still breeds strong ties. If the office of the High King has no objections, then both I, as the Grand Duke of the Fourth Hour, and of course, as Nerissa's father, have no objections. Like I said, that's between you and her.
Thank
I
you.
warn you, lad. If you do upset her, well, you much for jousting, lad?
No,
Now,
but I'll start considering it.
you may want to acquire a fast horse. She'll definitely catch you on foot.
I don't think she needs to run after me to find me.
Nah, she's not half bad at that neither.
I hope it won't come to that, so that's something to
Well, I hope it
deal with.
does too, for both your sakes. But
Yeah.
like I said, it's the business of whether or not it gets arranged is between yourselves. You have my blessing to proceed. He, kind of, formally, gestures his hand to you to let you know that he does mean it. If such a thing were to come to pass, we would probably have to discuss the exact disposition of titles. And I must
Titles.
admit, I would have to probably ask that any formal nuptials get put off for a little bit, at least until I can get my own affairs in order. As you know, Nerissa is very busy with administering castles and manors in the Crownlands. We'd have
True.
to, take time to make sure those are redistributed to family or have suitable castellans to take over. Some of that would probably retain in her family, but it is not traditional, if you don't know, to have lands in other provinces pass between heirs. There'd probably then be a fairly sizable dowry and entitlement to pass to your lands to account for this mismatch of titles.
I assume
But
so.
that's the sort of thing that well, like I said, the king and the courts will have to settle out. If you
course.
want to be thinking about these sorts of legal matters, that's not my area of expertise under the king's law. You'd want to be talking to the Lord Chancellor, Marquess of Sparta. But he kind of taps the tip of his cup on the desk. I would probably hold that off until you're right sure and ready everything's settled between you and Rissa on a personal level. The Marquess, he's a sharp old knife. I'm not going to say he'd try and do you wrong or nothing, but he's definitely the sort who would try and make sure everything gets laid out to painstaking detail. It'd be a
Leslok's
terrible
just-
problem to go through all that before you've got all your own T's crossed and I's dotted.
Leslok gives a smile. It's like I have a lot of nobles in South Sea. I'll be talking to many times in the future.
Alright. Such is life, lad. If you didn't want it, you probably should have run off to join the army. Or become a wandering bard. Or whatever older sons do when they decide they don't want to be burdened with the title. Join a monastery? Never been my style. Humph.
I have quite a few places I could try, but that's only puts burden on a bunch of people I know couldn't handle it at short notice.
See, there's a good man. Kind of nods respectfully at you.
Konrad sneezes in the stacks.
God, there's so much dust, Konrad. Is this a monstrum? A devil of dust?
If
No.
only.
No, it's
All the
just they
books
never
start
get clean.
spiraling into shape of a person.
Yeah, it's like those fucking old school D&D enemies. It's just a weird fuzzy cloud with an angry face on it.
Yeah, you beat me to it. I was going to say it has a face.
Oh, that's like some FS2 answers, yeah. But
No, that would be probably a
I'm fine. I'm fine fading here to Konrad because
Yeah,
I
no,
was
I was
mostly going to talk about the
gonna-
diary, but I think that's basically everything covered. So I think after probably just some small talk, Leslok's going to go join Konrad in a few minutes.
Okay, yeah. I was about to ask if you had anything else to say. Yeah, so he'll probably politely wait for you to finish your drink and then, call the meeting a day. All right, Conradius.
Yes.
You go down below. Like I said, there are, record keepers. They're technically like dressed in a uniform like a crown constable, but they're all wearing like, reading spectacles and have big,
Yeah, more the physique of Leslok or Nicola.
yeah, slightly stooped shoulders from sitting and bending over desks all day. Got a little bit of like ink or pencil lead stains on their fingers. Big chunky, rolls of iron keys on their belts. So yeah,
Okay.
the ask guys seem to be,
yeah,
pointed in the relevant ears.
Yeah, I'll inquire with them about investigations that were going on 3 years ago during these certain months, that sort of thing.
All right. Yes, they with no need for you to roll because you have your little permission slip. They'll guide you to the relevant section. Basically, because these guys, have nothing better to do. The clerk you're with kind of does a walk and talk. Basically explains that they, file records by, year and month. They have different sections for like. It's very simple, filing. They don't have like the Dewey. I'm pretty sure the Dewey Decimal System's not invented yet. Like they've like fairly straightforward. It's all by like the date when papers are like signed and sealed.
Mhm.
So it's mostly first-hand reports from constables, which the clerk does say are sadly often transcribed because not every rank and file constable knows how to read and write.
Understood.
Or court records, etc. Does explain though that this is only official reports and cases. Anything that is technically what we would call now an open case. Some of that documentation and paperwork may still be like in the offices. The documents, chests, or desks of constables actually working on them, but. Is what they got that's, in the past. So go ahead and make me a whatever's better for you. No plus lore or sense plus scrutinize.
That'll be sense plus scrutinize.
All right, as you, find the appropriate years and months, probably, early in the year, and start, flicking through cabinets.
And this relates to my mission, so...
Ooh.
It's only twos.
Okay. I did not set a difficulty because, it's already out there. So, takes you a little bit. Probably about the time Leslok gets led down to join you. You actually, dig through a few of these records. And, sorry, just refinding my place in the notes. Reports and stuff. That are dated into the few weeks into spring and even some of the late winter stuff that was documented by the Crown Constables, including a handful of reports signed and sealed by your father. The first thing you do note is that actually there was a complaint was filed and documented from Mr. Jenkin Kruger, the barman at the Skinny Goat. And he did actually, report the incident to the constables. And you do note that it was reported that the leader of that crew's name was Carver. Konrad may or may not remember Carver.
I do remember Carver.
As a dodgy, scruffy guy who, threatened you. But since there wasn't actually a fight, the constables weren't, summoned right away. So then they have a vague description of him, medium height and build, brown hair, shabby beard, 30-ish, etc. But apparently that, did make its way and was noted. but no, there's no follow-up reports that the complaint was ever like addressed. Nobody ever seems to have caught a Carver and brought him in for questioning or anything. As you're digging through, and like I said, Leslok will probably be joining you about the time you pick out some of these. You do see a couple of scattered reports, and you may vaguely remember Leofric talking about some of this at dinner. There are like a couple of reports submitted from distant members of the Crown Constables, because technically they enforce the King's law, so they can be in any major settlement. They're mostly in the Crownlands itself, in the domain of Crown, but they will appear at other major holdings where the High King has business. They actually have a couple of incidences where they talk about running into members of the Inquisitorius and even some members of the Throne Knights, which is the not really military arm, but the arm of self-defense for the Church. The Throne Knights and the they form the Pontifical Guard and some of the personal guards for bishops and stuff.
Yeah.
And nothing actually like violating the law, but like these letters and reports getting sent back are stuff like, hey, can we get some clarification from up top, because there's some boy inquisitors around here and asking stuff and poking people and causing a ruckus.
Yeah, I think I remember Leofric mentioning that.
And specifically, these reports are coming in from the domains of the south side of Milieu, so Southern Forester, the Southern Crownlands, which you are technically in right now, because you're on the coast, and some of the area near the mare cages.
I'll set that aside to copy it down later.
Yeah. And then the last little bit is actually related to that story that the pawnbroker told you, but was not directly included in the most recent entries in Leofric's journal anyway. So there was a off-again, on-again case of antiquity smuggling that you've heard about. The reports say that this group has been existing for probably like the activity is being documented for maybe 5-ish or more years. But talk about recent ongoing investigations, so you could look back into further records since you have some of the appropriate dates. But it references that there is instances, like I said, of capturing these smuggled art objects and antiquities. There were a couple of warehouses in the salt districts that were searched and seized, and a couple of instances of finding smuggled goods on boats. Mostly, I would say craft, coming in and out of a couple of different places, usually, moving from the Islas, or what was formerly the Cavalier territory of Nahal. That's now under House of Spada. The general description of objects being seized are, like I said, they come from a couple of different areas. Some are pre-Covenant artifacts, descriptions which match, some of the grave goods you guys saw in Norlon. Dragon bone carvings, pieces of like imperial pottery and mosaics, oracle bones, tortoise shells. Some are objects that are associated with fallen houses, and I talked about this last time with discussing like how smuggling works. It's mostly tax dodging, but also it has to do with lack of provenance. Once again, if your house, your family, and sigil are no longer legally existing, it's very hard to prove that you legally own this object.
Yeah.
So, there are bits of statuary by House Malleus, or from Malleus lands, clay tablets, papyrus scrolls, codexes of herbal medicines from Venin, little bits of gold statuary or like personal accessories. The Cavalier were very much known for belt buckles, for instance, and instances of boar ivory and runestones from House Viltur. Also, probably Konrad would catch that the third kind of thing are religious artifacts, ancient scrolls and scriptures, obviously, religious art, but also relics, weapons or clothing handled by saints, occasionally, bits of tooth and bone, even, possibly preserved hair or blood, worked into objects, reliquaries, etc. And like it said, some arrests were made. There were a couple of seizures, but the general description seems to be that whoever was behind this was, pretty good at their business, and they were able to move around a little. You might be able to track down some of the constables allegedly working on this, but you do, I'll streamline this and say that if you start, skimming forward, there have not been any more large warehouse raids since Leofric left the office.
Is
good.
there any indication on the reports that Leofric was personally involved in the investigation?
Probably not personally. Actually, no. He was your big dad. He probably did personally take part in the warehouse raids.
Mm-hmm.
He seems like that kind of guy who would lead from the front.
I love that you take it back like Big Dad. Let's dial up.
Yeah,
one
no,
more
I
time.
was
Let's dial up by one.
Wait a minute, no, that's.
He's not just the boss.
I started to say it because I was speaking like a reasonable, logical person. Then I was like, wait a minute, shit. This guy's
What
a
would Big
character
Boss
archetype.
do?
Yeah, no, he would have personally led those warehouse raids. But he didn't walk the beat, pound the pavement kind of stuff personally.
Yeah, he wasn't doing the investigation. He was just authorizing the stuff and then went on the raid.
Yeah. So he, you do see his signature and seal as a Lord Marshal plenty of places because he's he would have seen all these reports and approved actions and dispensed goods. Some of those seized goods are probably still in the storerooms of the old fort or courthouse. Not that it probably directly helps you, but it's seized stolen goods, so it gets.
I would probably
around.
give a glance over the list of the reported goods, and it's oh, is there a sword here? No. Okay.
No. And like I said, there have been no major arrests or raids since Leofric's time. Let's see. Do I want to? Well, as you're kind of puzzling yourself over this, like I said, Leslok arrives. So, assuming he can, look over the stuff you've already pulled aside. Leslok, why don't you give me your best of no lore or sense plus scrutinize?
No lore.
Both of which I'm pretty sure are pretty beefy for you.
Sense scrutinize is 6, and no lore is 9.
Okay, all right.
Actually, wait. Because I have variable scholarship and correlate the context, could I technically get a bit more in there? Actually, that only plays the difficulties.
Yeah, no, there's no difficulty for this currently. You're not using lore to
I guess if there was a difficulty, at least that would apply.
Yeah, but I didn't. I told Konrad earlier there was no difficulty because the idea is do you understand how to read and sort through books or just look good? Well, 9s it looks like.
4 2s and 2 9s.
You probably want the 9s because Konrad already got 2s.
I'll take the 9.
All right. So Leslok, you take a little more slow, methodical to this. Obviously, you're probably doing your mind palace shit where you memorize the documents.
I can roll. I can roll for.
I think you roll to recall. If you do roll to memorize, you can choose to do so right now. But the primary thing, like I said, is you're skimming through this and looking for stuff.
It's
you're able to. Okay. You're able to get into this, and get into the descriptions, and you can find, because you're kind of coming at this, with fresh eyes. Konrad was looking for specific things. You're, just kind of generally looking at this. The impression seems to be from these reports, and like I said, some of these are signed and sealed by Leofric himself, is that the antiquity thieves and traders are kind of blending in with the normal high class smuggling business. There are some goods that are like very highly taxed and thus frequently for smuggling. Silk's a really big deal because Lagartia is technically foreign soil, so there's big import taxes on that. Aged cheeses and wines, certain spices like peppercorns and spice bark, high value flour, specific types of alcohol such as honey wine, rum, sparkling wine or brandy from Forester, have high duties. You see some mention of the trade of opium and the solution laudanum. That comes out of the mare cages or the lower down areas around Crocodile Bay. Yes, they were the house of the crocodile. They had a city called Crocodile Bay.
Yeah, boy.
Why
How
not?
crocodile shaped is it? We'll find out later.
It doesn't need to be crocodile shaped. It just needs to have a big open maw made of rock. Yeah.
But so while this group, this syndicate, if you will,
Okay.
no, but no E.
Gee, I wonder if it's the cat folk.
If they hypothetically exist, also, wow, Logesh, racist.
I know, right?
Hey, spoilers, it's not them, because that would involve the ocean, the thing they hate. But it sounds like this, hypothetical syndicate has kind of changed up their methods and seem to be working with in higher class establishments. That probably means that they are associated because people are buying these smuggled goods with, high-ranking merchants, tradesmen, and even some lower-ranked nobles for funding and political protection. But also the kind of like warehouses and boats which the constables were raiding are much more like lower down. They're involved in like petty crime stuff, simple fencing of goods, thugs for hire, that kind of stuff. So basically, I think the conclusion, like Leslok can reach, eyeballing this, is that if you're going to want to find out more information, you're probably going to either have to either start chewing your way through this from the top or from the bottom. I can tell you right now, if you can't guess which one of those is easier, which one is easier. Spoilers, it's the bottom. You always start at the bottom of the pyramid.
Makes sense. I'm just gonna... I just need to roll anymore to like... Yeah, I do have to do the sensor. I do have to do the site rolls for like just put it in my memory. But I don't have to roll to call it.
Yeah.
Just gonna do that for self.
I'll worry about roughing up some people asking questions later on.
Yeah. Any other records-related questions you guys have? And also, I assume you were sharing all this information.
Yes.
I will definitely hand over to Leslok the mention of the reports about the Inquisitories and the Knights, just in case it pertains to anything on his cult board.
Excuse me.
I mean, does not seem directly related, though. If you've been studying, non-standard forms of worship, shall we say, you've probably, mostly been reading books and reports written by Inquisitors.
Usually like marking down.
All right. I think that's about it then.
All right. Okay. Then you guys can police up your things and return home.
Skadoodle.
Yep.
All right.
Get down.
Star wipe.
Fancy.
It's the next person.
We had the budget for that?
He's Marquis. We have budget for that.
Also, we haven't done any big battle scenes or SFX shots, so yes.
True.
When we need 1,000 extras on each side and need a lot of pyro for all the black powder, that's when we have to budget problems. No, I'm gonna pause the recording for a second, step away, and be right back.
Righto.
Get some water.
And then I will start, not speed running, but running through your various daily things.
I should probably pause the recording.
I'm ready to
I'm here for now.
resume recording.
Recording is
That's a good word
resumed.
for it.
Okay. In that case, because of raisins, I do want to cut away from our last two boys for a little bit, but
Yeah.
stuff is happening. So we're going to real quick, briefly, check in with Inos.
Okay.
First of all, Inos, last chance to look at me, Hector. Nothing you want to do in the afternoon that needs to be noted.
It doesn't really need, but if no one has any plans, Enos would probably make a few trips out, go visit the Clockwork Guild and whatever passes for like a music guild, I suppose.
Yeah, there's probably not a formal guild of musicians, but there are many music schools and conservatories, and probably a few, circles of musicians.
Enos would basically just going out and be talking to them about a particular idea he has, and getting feedback and taking notes on that.
Yeah.
But other than that, no.
No, you can accomplish that without a roll, so
Yes.
yes. Phase one of the plan is going.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, then you are deciding to kind of quietly dine at the Atoll Club.
Mm-hmm.
You probably arrive sometime in the early evening. And like I said, no real big RP run if you don't want. But when you arrive, there is a, I guess, somewhat rare sight going on. Downstairs in the sparring arena, it appears that Princess Estelle and Paloma Espada are practicing.
Oh.
So Estelle is kind of in, I guess you'd say rare form. She's actually wearing like the kind of like padded coat of a fencer, gloves, boots, etc. She appears to be practicing with one short sword and buckler style, so a small shield.
Mm-hmm.
Paloma Espada is of the Southern school, so she is rapier and side dagger, and they are doing some very, very basic training drills. Looks like with blunted or corked weapons.
Mm-hmm.
The princess is actually like usually she doesn't go for like big ornaments. She usually wears like a simple tiara or circlet, with dragon bone and opals in it. So she's kind of dressed down for this. She's got slim build, shop features. Let me see, which one of the I think do I like best? It's always a crapshoot with the image generator to see if you can get like a specific kind of accessory in there. It's that kind of a thing. I think the eye color isn't even quite right in some of these. I'm getting some Dallas static. Been a long time since I heard that. It's okay, brother. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you're still here.
Okay.
I think we'll go with this one for now because it actually has a little circlet. Red gold hair. Her eyes are supposed to be a little more grayish than that. They're kind of gray-green.
Okay.
Like I said, it's the machine does not always produce results. This is why you should actually if you want to get correct art, should hire an artist. But we don't have the budget for that on this show.
So everyone, please.
No, Axe, no.
Also, none of us
I
are.
could try,
none-
but I don't think it'll help.
I was just say
None
like
of us are artistically inclined. I don't think.
I was just say people who like pay the whale tier so we can start hiring artists.
You could try. I don't think it'll work, but I appreciate the thought anyway.
I mean, the segue was there.
I don't know if Paloma Espada's had a full description.
I do not believe so.
Don't think so.
She's a couple years younger than the princess. She's lithe, thin, still kind of average height. Kind kind of very similar coloration to her older sister Ainara. Obviously, they are full-blooded sisters. You know, bronze-colored skin, kind of, you know, brownish gold eyes. You know, kind of sharp-featured. As a just for the sake of a mechanical point of comparison, Princess Estelle is Beauty 1, and she has that one esoteric discipline under language that makes her beauty count as one higher.
Okay.
So she's like pretty and also a great conversationalist. So it's like she's, you know, even prettier. I think both. Let me double check my notes. Yeah, neither Ainara or Paloma have any ranks of the beauty advantage. Not to say that they are, you know, bad looking, but they are definitely like not what people would classically consider as super pretty.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, Paloma is, you know, thin, lithe, kind of, you know, whipcord style. It got a little bit of like you know, sharp, almost bird-like features. Her hair is black, you know, kind of neck length, has a little bit of a feathered look. She is almost always wearing a like blood red colored scarf, either around her neck or like on the left side is kind of like an armband to signify her position in the blood shields. She does not go for the whole overcoat thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think, yeah, I did this image generation a couple of times. I think this is the one I like best for Paloma. Oh boy, hold on. That was a Windows goof up.
Windows!
I gotta be careful. If I drag down to my taskbar and I like hover over Chrome first, it doesn't want to hover over Discord. Like I said, the AI's idea of costuming is very funny to me sometimes.
It's extravagant, but at least it looks like something you could wear, I think.
Yeah. I think I saved this one because it added dramatic backlighting for some reason. I didn't ask for that. It just did that, so.
An on-set shot.
I got a couple of versions of that. One of them, I think, is a little more subdued in the costuming, but it gave the Paloma like almost too soft of a face, made her look, you know, more like her early teens.
Ah.
But like I
Yeah,
said,
so
I got a couple things rattling around in my pocket.
She
But yeah,
definitely looks like in this spot in that picture, so.
Yeah. So yes, like I said, they're doing just, you know, fencing drills if Inos wants to pop in and say hi.
Inos will definitely pop in and say hi.
You know, the princess goes to give you like a, you know, a bow, maybe a mock salute. Paloma gets in under her guard and like pokes her in the side with the rapier. Now, is that really necessary? Yes, Your Highness. Never let down your guard. All right, from the top.
Mm-hmm.
I shall speak to you later then, Inos.
Mm-hmm. Inos
you know,
will, you know, make a polite farewell and make his way to,
second floor.
Second floor, yes. Sorry, I was trying to think.
Yes, there's a little, you know, like I said, there's a little cafe area and a couple of reading rooms, so you can, you know, eat, read, lounge.
I will lounge spectacularly.
Hour nap.
And be placed in the backdrop for a later scene.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, let's see. Dallas, are you on this plane right now?
Think so? Hopefully.
Okay.
For now.
Get off of my plane.
I lost well, that means we have a pick if Dallas has some technical difficulties. Let us attempt to move on with you.
Okay.
So you are calling at the Modern Estate. You've been here a couple of times before. You know, kind of a building in an Islas style. Probably got a little bit of a wraparound veranda. You know, got some outbuildings for a lot of, you know, sea breeze crossflow. Sturdy roofs and some gutters for rainfall. I assume you are sufficiently, you know, gussied up for a formal drop in.
Oh yes. Probably not quite as like gussied up as I was at the ball, but probably like I said, I did spend 2 hours on makeup.
All right, yeah. So you're sufficiently prepared. No, I think it would still be. I was just deciding the exact context of dining. I think it would still be a. It's not going to end up being a one-on-one dinner.
I didn't think so.
Yes. But it will probably be smaller to the immediate Marin family, and a couple of extras. So the Baroness is there. This I did not yet get the Imagifier to Imagify. I think it's because I didn't find a version of it that didn't include the like talking about her as the Baroness. It kept wanting to stick sunglasses on her. That's not right, computer man. Tiny hamster inside my computer. So that's still a work in progress. But I do have a written description of her because obviously I needed something to start with. So, Baroness Coraline Marin is a woman who's only of like a roughly average height and build. Not too tall, not too short, not too thin, not too heavy. She still kind of projects a intimidating figure. Kind of got slightly suntanned skin. Her hair, like her children's, is kind of coral red colored. She wears it pulled back in a ponytail, which is almost always tucked up under captain's hat, admiral's hat, whatever.
Hat.
Hat.
Her eyes are also kind of sea green. When she's out and about, she wears the Lady Admiral's uniform, which is very crisp navy whites, red trim, fistful of medals kind of a thing, and ribbons. Otherwise, at home, which in this case, even at a formal dining, her outfit is more relaxed, more practical. Hobnailed boots, trousers, loose shirt sleeves. Does probably wear like a waistcoat or frock coat over it. My notes on her description do say a pistol is almost never not seen at her side. The Lady Marin is probably not quite so gauche to wear her pistol to dinner, but does probably prop it up on a side table near the dining area. One thing that is new is that when you guys met her before in prologue times, this was not this feature, but now she currently has a eye patch over her left eye, which is embroidered.
Enhance.
Would this have been a public knowledge, or?
I don't think it would probably be super discussed.
Okay.
I can have you roll something to see if you would have found out, but I don't know if you've had an opportunity.
I mean, I have visited Morin lands over the last year, so.
Yes. Probably something this is still new to you, even, Nicola.
Okay, I will not react.
That probably means that it's in the past, 6 to 12 months sometime, depending on the exact
Gotcha.
time. And she will obviously, sit at the head of the table. All of the younger Marins are there. That is Aquila, the female twin, to remind everybody. She's kind of got she's still, maybe got like an inch or two under her mother, average build, actually kind of, lean like a swimmer, and you would know that she can actually swim. Hey, guess what? I think I'll double check my exact notes, but okay, that's not true. Not all of them, but Aquila Marin has the whale blessed advantage. Also, she's beauty 2.
Nice.
Her brother's only beauty 1. But he has different advantages. Kind of, again, suntan skin, sea green eyes, aquiline nose. She goes for kind of like loose braids to her hair, more pulled back. These are both very funny. Yeah, this one's a little goofy, I think, because I think the computer couldn't decide if it wanted to do a pistol or a knife. It does that sometimes.
Knife.
A knife.
She probably doesn't have her midriff exposed right now because you're at dinner.
I would assume not.
She also tends to like keep her hair pulled back with either like a simple bandana or a cap. Does kind of wear a either loose clothes suitable for a sailor, or she is technically commissioned in the Navy, so for now probably like got her lieutenant's coat on, but not done up every single button kind of a thing. Again, it's been a while since she's been on screen, so to remind everybody, her vibe is that she's kind of the more natural like leader of the two. A lot of people naturally look to her as her mother second in command. She's got a way with commanding people, but also, well, I was about to say Nicola may have noticed, but his empathy is bad. Other people may say about her that also means that she's maybe a little bit more of the like manipulative one. Like she's real good at getting people to do what she wants, either by actually charming them or working them over a little. And her style is brace of pistols.
Okay, that I did get that right then. Good.
Yes.
Yeah, because I got the fighting pistol for the finding pistol for Aquila, and I had the coat sized for Oster.
Yes.
And I would have also brought. I would have broughting's the worst.
Bratwurst.
Oh god.
No, I would have brought the I would have brought a similar book that I did to Paz about probably.
No.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That may have been the cutout. I thought he was just pausing. I do actually have a rough portrait for Oster, but I need to give it a second pass. I'm getting better at formatting these entries to.
And,
yeah, that's I think his connection. There he is.
And oh, did I say what I brought for gifts or no?
Some of that got out. You were describing the book, I assume, for Alarion,
Yes.
but we did not get to the content before you.
It's basically similar to what I got for Paz, except way less focused on alchemy and more just ancient magic and ancient history of the time.
Yeah.
But something she probably, as a fellow nerd, she would probably enjoy.
Yeah.
And then for the Lady Marin, because I didn't have time for my original plan because things happened,
it does happen.
I would be presenting an Orichalcum dagger.
Ah, it's one of your daggers.
Yeah, I was going to make something with the Orichalcum I had, but things happened.
I think you still got
Plans
one in your
change.
pocket somewhere.
Yeah, and plus I have Magneto powers, so I can just do that. I only really need one for throwing.
It's true. Well, it is a remarkable gift. Go ahead and fire off me another. Yeah, go ahead and fire off another.
Graces would be
Graces
the
roll.
correct way would be to greet her first, and then the
Yes.
twins, and then.
No.
Okay, just make it through.
Go ahead and make me another Grace's roll just to see. I'm pretty sure you'll pass.
I don't think I would bow to the. Would I bow to the twins? Is that it?
Well,
I'm definitely bowing to her.
You're what?
That's-
Status 2?
Yeah. No, status 1.
Status 1, yeah.
Probably still bowing to them.
Yeah, like not like a deep bow, but yeah, definitely like
No,
you would bow.
I'm definitely bowing to her.
Definitely.
That was never in question.
Yeah, both of the twins are like technically like status 3 because they're heirs to a high level house. They are effectively next in line for a major province.
3s and 4s.
All right, okay, yes, you can do this. Like I said, I expected you would pass. you don't fuck up and accidentally present anything out of order. You know, you do your due diligence. You know, you frame everything right. And obviously, like, you know, very well appreciated. So
do I
just
try and
speed
get
run
away
the
with
remaining
this in
two.
front of the mom? Hold on.
You think about that. To speed run the remaining two Marin descriptions, Oster is, you know, not like giant man tall, not like a Logesh or a Konrad, but he's above average height, probably like,
He's
you
a
know,
normal tall person.
yes, he's probably like half a head taller than his sister and mother. You know, even with the hat, you know, he peeks up over their heads. You know, broad shouldered, strong nose and jawline. Goes clean shaven when he can. His hair is short and kind of messy. Sea green eyes. You know, again tanned. He prefers to you know, not go in uniform unless needed. So he's definitely in, like, you know, loose waistcoat. You know, white shirt sleeves. You know, breeches. He does kind of, like, though, accentuate himself with, you know, a couple extra accessories. Got some extra, you know, gold chains and necklaces for no reason. He's rich, why not? And his style is much more with the cutlass or saber. Of the two twins, he is kind of the less outspoken but more approachable. Generally, people see him as, you know, as kind of like friendly and more down to earth, whereas his, you know, sister is more proactive but more in charge. Even with your abysmal empathy rolls, Nicola, you have probably observed that Ostermarin does sometimes have a mean streak, especially where, you know, looking out for his sisters are concerned. So, like, he, you know, he's got that dog. But mostly when it comes to other stuff. And as I did note, he is Beauty 1, so he's still very pretty. I have, like, a rough portrait for him, but I haven't, you know, done my perfected version, so we can skip it for now, unless you guys really want to see it. It's very generic, though.
No, I'll wait till the completed product.
Yeah, I'll take some more cracks.
I probably won't risk saying something dumb.
Smart.
Mom yet, so because I was going to make a joke about measurements, but
yeah, you'll retain your politeness. Your Grace's roll has saved you from accidentally saying anything awkward. And as much as, you know, hey, people at home, feel free to take this out of context as much as you want. But of the two of them, Oster is more he's more talented with his hands, by which I mean he's got, through character generation, I gave him dice in expert cooking and woodworking and stuff. He's more handsy, more good around the house. Aquila's, like, personal skills are more in, like, her skills at cartography, navigation. She's got more in the department of, like, tactics and stuff.
Sorry, what was his skills exactly again? Woodworking, cooking, and...
It is, yeah, it's woodworking and cooking are his expert skills.
Okay, sorry, I'm just giggling because I think I've mentioned my other campaign. I mean, the Pathfinder one. I'm a kobold. I'm also the ship's cook and carpenter. So that
it's funny, yeah. Nah, it's that's just where the dice go. And Alarion Marin is, you know, again, kind of like her siblings. Though again, because the Baroness is not married and is just like, yeah, those are my children. Do you want to fight about it? Also, there's a very obvious family resemblance, so it's not like, you know, anybody's, like, debating anything here. But, you know, she has, like, maybe a slightly different facial structure. It's possible she has a different father, but again, you would have to ask the Baroness to find that out.
I don't think that's a first meeting. Well, not first meeting, first formal meeting kind of question.
Yeah, no. She still has, you know, kind of suntan skin, bright sea green eyes. Her eyes are maybe a little lighter and brighter, maybe a little more towards the blue side than her siblings. Again, fairly average height and build. You know, the people in Marin are not super tiny, but they are also not, like, Giga Chad huge. They're boat people, okay? They got to fit on boats. Lots of swimmers builds going around. And she, you know, dresses in, you know, simple... This is actually, I found out while doing research for this. If you've ever played Final Fantasy XIV, you may have seen the pant slot item slops. That's actually is a historical item. It specifically comes from old naval outfits. It's basically skirt trousers.
Yes.
So like you got like a not a full trouser leg, but you got a little bit of trouser leg, and you've got some like skirt or kilt action in there. So she's usually wearing naval slops and a simple shirt under a cloak. But she does keep some beads and jewelry in her hair. Let me see. I think I got some good one of this. Yeah, this one's I think I like this one. The style came out a little more airbrushed, but like I said, the computer does what it wants.
My hand immediately went to the fingers.
Yeah.
Normally they have troubles.
They're mostly okay. They're a little gooey. One thing I also have noticed, I sometimes I just have to tell the machine to be like, nah, I'm not taking that, run that again, because I think when it wants to do like multiple expressions, the eyes get a little weird, like the lines are not clearly defined. And I know that that's one of those uncanny valley things, so I'm just like, no, that's not going to work. If I save this image, the only thing people are going to be able to see is like, man, that person's eyes real blurry. Where'd their pupil go? Also probably seated with them is Aspel Biscon from the cadet branch of House Biscon. Again, you've met the twins before, Nicola. You've visited their lands and spoken to them in formal and informal contexts. She's not like officially their cavalier because the twins are effectively each other's cavaliers, but Aspel Biscon is roughly the same age as them. She's 19 like they are.
She's
she
their
kind
second.
of like yes. She, follows them around, helps them out with stuff, does stuff that needs doing, and occasionally, punches people so they don't have to, or stabs them.
Yeah.
And like Aspel definitely has the kind of like, almost like consigliere vibe to her. Like, she's got kind of like dark blue-black hair, acid green eyes. She's a little more pale than a lot of her ocean kindred because the Biscon house they took over some of them coastal land holdings from the Venin. She kind of like dresses, darkly in like a sailor's overcoat and long trousers, hobnail boots, that kind of thing. She's always a little bit shifty, bouncing on the balls of her feet. But yes, she joins you for dinner. There's probably, let's see, are there any other of the higher level who would be in?
I'd probably apologize that I did not know she was coming, and I'm sorry I did not bring a gift.
No, she would definitely be like, don't worry about it. But yes, the Baroness, accepts politely, probably even shows a little surprise. Wasn't expecting it, but gives you the appropriate response back, takes it. Your other gifts are a little more personalized, a little more appreciated there. I will, don't, shrug it in them right away, but they're kept close at hand to be seen later.
Yes, they're definitely more personalized. Considering the other one was shit, the equivalent of shit. I forgot to get something. What's around the house?
Tier, Griffin. One of the only few Family Guy jokes I enjoyed.
Well, when you make so many jokes, eventually some of them have to hit. But yeah, so you then will probably sit down for a formal meal. Any topics of discussion at dinner? Hey, by the way, it's probably fish and stuff. Fish, bread. A very light one.
Probably just, I'd probably focus on just like how things are going in Marin. Like, not gonna be too like. Basically, I'm gonna save I feel like it's wise to save the business till after eating.
Yeah.
Almost. So like while they're still eating, I will like direct questions with how things are going, just general dinner talk. Like how things are going, like how I will ask how the Navy is faring, things like that.
Yeah. If you're just making small talk, no, you've already rolled this, for this, so no further questions on that end. You get a fair number of polite responses. The twins are, obviously, I think a little more animated. You've been, friends / flirting for years, so they're a little more animated and open than you, though they obviously, make sure to occasionally like pause and look to
I
their
feel
mother
like
before they
all
say
of us
things.
are just shooting like side eyes constantly at the Baroness. It's like
Yeah. Her responses are more. They're polite. I'm pretty sure in her presence you rolled graces a couple of different times, so you've never not been like polite and good mannered. So like she doesn't hate your guts or anything. And you don't actually know what she thinks. Well, hey, roll. What's your dice for empathy? Roll me those dice.
All right, empathy time.
Let's go ahead and see if anything happens tonight on that front. I know it's a strong running joke, but this is before we get there. Nope, not high, baby.
Empathy time.
I don't know. You don't know nothing from nothing.
Maybe,
You're reasonably certain, Nicola, she doesn't hate your guts. Probably.
Maybe you should get expert small talk so you can just read
No,
that.
this is way funnier.
No, I don't think that makes sense for his character, but
no, this is way. I love being bad at this. Are you kidding me?
That was
like,
a
this
very
goes back to earlier to a
hot
conversation before the mics are hot, where Dallas was talking about how like he spent too long GMing, so he thinks about how to make a character's life miserable. It's the problem. It's his character.
Yeah.
You are right. It is much funnier that Nicola is not good at this. But yes, like I said, you are reasonably certain the Baroness doesn't hate your guts. What she does actually think about you, you don't fucking know. What are you, some kind of mind reader? Some kind of mind wizard?
Not yet.
Oh, welcome back, Lucky.
Yeah. Lucky has returned to Nicola whiffing an empathy roll.
Spoiler, I didn't make the empathy roll.
Yeah, you can see it right there.
Surprise.
Surprise Pikachu face. But yeah, no. So, but her responses to you are more formal, more polite, not really rigid. Like I said, the Lady Admiral is actually, when she's not, decked out in a coat that weighs several extra pounds from how much bling is on it, she's not really like a very restrained, person. But this was the discussion when I talked about your, status levels. You are, the physician, a doctor in a different province. So, not everything needs to be out in the open. But, you ask about the Navy. You hear, ships are good. It's not storm season, in down south. You probably get some polite, questions about what's up. The Baroness does actually probably, thank you for your note about the piracy incident you sent.
Yeah. I wanted to ask a question to a player for a second, because I just remembered if I did ask him, I don't remember.
Okay.
Axe.
Yes.
Nicola would have asked your permission to share suspicions about what that incident.
Involving Vossler?
Yes.
You're talking about the Admiral, so that's...
Yeah, I figure if anyone knows pirates...
Specifically because you're talking to the Barons about it, you're fine.
Yeah, okay. No, that would have been... Yeah, I would have asked you before, because I would not have done it without your permission.
I don't actually think that did actually come up last time, because we were
No, it would have come up 2 times ago, because I planned this when he got coronated.
Actually, I think this might have came up.
If it was 2 sessions ago, it may have come up.
Yeah, I vaguely recall this.
Last session, it didn't come up because we were kind of like, not speed running, but we were definitely getting our business in order. Okay.
Yeah,
So, yes.
but I'll mention that later. But so yeah, I'll basically tell her that
everyone.
I'll probably mention that I've been to the twins at least at some point that I've been keeping up with the lessons in sailing. And probably mention to Alarion? Sorry, there's so many A names. Alarion.
Avon.
No, seriously, I have a list of notable NPCs. 6 of them start with A.
Like I said, one of those is your own fault.
Yes, one of those is my fault.
The fact that all of the Marin children are A's is indeed my own fault. Though
No, the Baroness definitely did it on purpose.
It's also, though, not entirely my fault that like so many names involving certain words are A starting. There's like a bunch of different words for winds that start with A, which is Auster's named after, I think, the South Wind.
Yes.
And then Aquila and Alarion are both different words for eagle.
Yep.
Alarion specifically means little eagle.
I actually didn't know Alarion. I knew Aquila because
yeah, it's spelled I think like the Spanish way with 2 L's, but yeah, it's Aquila, so it's eagle. And then yes, Alarion is a word for an obscure old word for a baby eagle. But yeah, they're all A's. I'd have to actually double check what Aspel Viscon's name is from, but she's also got an A name. Anyway. So, anything else at dinner then, I guess?
Probably just polite conversation to Alarion of like what event she thinks she's gonna go into.
Well, we don't know the exact schedule, but there are things we could specify yet.
Lord knows. Lord, is it who's it's the Lord Chancellor, right?
For what, buddy?
That makes the schedule.
No, actually, the
Chamberlain, isn't it?
The Chamberlain has like I think final organizational say because he's the household. But
never
technically,
mind. I don't say anything. The moment is past.
Yeah, it's fine. Alarion probably makes an aside comment with a notable look at her mother about how that she is a little saddened that that use of sorcery is discouraged. But, my dear, it's because it's an unfair advantage. There'll only be 2 Wind Witches in the competition.
2. I don't say that out loud.
Yes.
But I did not know there were 2. Yeah, that makes me do the face because I only know 1. But whatever. But
you may recall he has not.
Oh right, dinner, the but, younger
son of the head of House Corbe, who you met, Lady Sapir Corb, in the prologue. Her son Niles is here. He is also an adept of the Order of the Navigator.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. No, Alarion probably doesn't brag about her being attuned, but if it could come up in conversation, yeah, she has attunement. She has mastered the breath. I think I may have mentioned that before as well in letters, but yeah, so she knows what she's doing.
I will offer sincere congratulations.
But if there's no other big, like, dinner talking points, it sounds like you have some things you want to bring up kind of in the after dinner, which is probably celebrated with a round of port. Dessert wine. Maybe some sort of sugar.
Okay, how would I say this? Sorry if I'm a bit scatterbrained, but...
It's okay, we're all recovering.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I think I would say... you have my great thanks for accepting my invitation, my Lady Admiral. Is that proper?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a title.
Okay, sorry, I'm just making sure. I admit the reasons for my visit are both business and personal. I think it is important to get to business first. Sorry. As somebody in the background falls over.
It's like you were
No, that's
latching like a
definitely Nicola
briefcase.
accidentally elbow checks the silverware or something.
Yeah.
You are jinxed. I haven't made you reroll yet because it hasn't been maximum funny yet.
Oh god, you're gonna make a real empathy check so he actually passes.
The Marquess Logi may mention this in upcoming meetings, but I thought it pertinent to address you personally, as you are the most knowledgeable on the high seas and it's the current problem of piracy. I had mentioned to you the encounter we had with it's Baron or Barry. Buddy Bradley, as in at the
You just say Bloody Boss.
Bradley, Buddy Bradley, and
Bloody part comes before the Bradley. Otherwise, it's not alliterative acts. Come on.
Oh, fair enough.
And it is something that I did not mention over letter because it was too sensitive, and also it is only suspicion, but we believe that they have been contacted. The ambush took place within moments of us clearing sight from the harbors of Teine.
Good enough.
It's Teine.
I hope you're this chatty. What is your vignette, buddy? All right. That's all. Sorry, that's all in that sentence.
Yes.
Trying to get better about not accidentally cutting off people with NPC responses before you're done. So yeah, so she, kind of nods, has the glass of port, she, swirls around. This man, Vossler, he's not well known to me, but I have heard of him. The Foxhound is a known boat. She kind of leans forward, kind of looks you in the eye. Obviously, only one eye. Well, I hope I am not the first person to say this to you, but you should probably keep that information, kind of taps her breastbone close to the chest for now. If someone is encouraging pirates, shall we say, that is an activity that is in violation of the King's law, and it would be very bad.
Yes.
She kind of pauses to think for a second. It is not unheard of for such things to happen. Obviously, no one will cop to it, but not every house has a good navy of their own. So sometimes they'll hire freelancers, privateers, pirates to do that sort of thing for them. The main concern with that theory is the question of who in Teine would wish to beset the Marquess before he's even the Marquess. It's unusual. I suppose there could be some old grudges back from Leofric's days, but it's still a long way away.
Yes. I will be very frank. Things in the lands have been very unfortunate recently. The lands of Teine have experienced an increase of monstrum, as well as an increase in banditry. Although most of the bandits have been sorted. And I've seen similar tidings from what have we gotten confirmation on? It's Oro and
I think it's better for you to say
Verity.
this has been similar amongst other lands as well.
We've heard similar tidings among other lands as well. on our journey.
Actually, that makes me have to check something else in my notes. Got to check my own lore.
It's a lot of lore here, man.
War.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff out there, yes.
I wanted
But
to.
since Nicola specifically mentioned Monstrum, we are checking something. But yes, please go on.
I wanted to keep you informed because if it hasn't already befell your lands, I worry that bad tidings are. What's the entire continent called? Like the entire
Torikoro.
area. I worry that the lands of all of Torikoro are in for difficult times. So, if it hasn't befallen your lands yet, I wanted to give you a warning. Things are happening, and not good things.
She kind of the Baroness kind of gets a slight, not quite like funny smirk, but almost like a little defiant smirk on her face when you say that. Oh, you know, I'm coming to give you a warning, and she's like, "Well, it is appreciated, lads. Not entirely necessary." She kind of, you know, rolls her shoulders and taps one of her boots against the ground for a second. Well, you're a doctor, so I suppose as a man of healing, you can be trusted not to spread anything around if I tell you.
Of course.
There are rumors in the Islas of a pirate brotherhood. She says this very sarcastically. There's been a few boats who've been sailing colors together. It's not hardly nothing worth worrying about. But sometimes those guys, those freebooters, they get a little uppity. So that's why we have a lot of ships in patrol and a lot of ships in port. It's not a major concern for the Islas, but it will be occupying our attention. She does kind of, you know, pause, you know, take a little sip of her port. Monstrum's a different matter. We haven't had any problems, but the Islas are in the south, so the way it is round is different. You ever been unlucky enough to see a Ketus before, lad?
What would I have seen a Ketos before?
I don't know. Have you ever seen a sea monster? A sea monstrum?
Probably not. I've only been to Marin like 3 times. Probably not.
Probably not. So yeah, you communicate this, and she says, "Well, I'm not quite, you know, a sea serpent. What our house gets its sigil after. It's kind of like a whale or shark, but it's got a head a lot more like a wolf. Big whiskers. They're rare anyway, but they're big. You don't see them in winter. They hate the cold water, actually. It's probably why you've never seen one. They don't go in the glacial sea or the ice-hot strait. But in summer, that's their spawning season, so they get territorial. We'll have to keep a weather eye out to see if they're there. But I don't foresee any problems. I'm mentally debating the Baroness's accent. I'm trying to go for, like, slightly Captain Jack Sparrow inspired here. The other is, like, very subtly French, but I'm very bad at doing that.
That's very...
One cannot be subtly French.
Doing a very slight accent is hard.
You can be subtly... I think you can be subtly French and feminine. I don't think you can be subtly French and masculine.
The problem is that the Baroness is kind of a tomboy. She's a lot more, you know, loud and boisterous than
regardless, I do thank you for taking this into consideration. I would hate for anything to happen to you and yours. I will give a look towards the twins at that point. And Ilarion.
Sorry, that's actually, let me do it into my water bottle, so it's an in-character.
Okay, so the Baroness would probably appreciate upfrontness. Hold on, I need to Google something.
Are you sure you need to Google something?
What are you
And not
Googling?
Yes, I need
ask
the
me
word.
questions? Okay, he's using a thesaurus. All right, that's fair.
I'm using it. Yeah, I'm using Google as a thesaurus. Yes. Now that the serious business is out of the way, I did have one more question, one more thing to pose to you, if it is not an inconvenience.
You have yet to inconvenience me.
I wish to ask your permission for for the right of courtship on your children.
Both of them.
All of them?
Both of them.
For simultaneous spit takes.
Someone chokes.
Bring me everyone.
All of them.
I think the only person who doesn't spit take is Ilaria, and that's because she's not drinking the port.
Also, hopefully
Advice.
she knows that I'm not talking about her.
Well, yeah, no, but
I hope that wasn't an expensive brand.
Oh yeah.
My brand.
Where is it?
she, the Baroness kind of coughs and says, "Gods, Doctor, you don't do things by halves." Literally. All right, okay. She like throws an elbow on the table, leads in. All right, so let me get this straight. You come to my house, you've sat at my table, you've eaten my food, you've drank in my port. You are now asking permission to court some non-zero number of my children.
Yes. Nicola is trying to project confidence and is probably failing.
Well, let's see how good you are. Roll me charm plus fascinate.
I should probably say this, but
Or I
you
guess
can.
command plus inspire can also be projected.
You could all. Here's
I'm gonna do
you
charm
can.
plus fascinate.
You can spend XP to add a die.
I
Yeah,
can.
not right now.
Also, remember all of your 3 things. If that
That's
adds
true.
that
If
applies
this
at all.
has related.
Oh
to
no,
your-
one of my 3
your
things
rating.
does add to
Yeah,
this.
you get a die.
Spoiler, it's my craving.
Yeah.
Okay.
It only adds 1 dice?
No.
Okay, you want to know my craving? Gain the courtship of Oster and Aquila Marin.
I mean, that's.
It's only
Well,
one.
technically, you can have more. You can't ever get rid of your cravings. It's possible to get more, depending on your story.
It's probably more of your ambition, honestly, than a craving.
I mean, that might be a mission. The mission is goal oriented. It doesn't necessarily have to be a long running character dividing thing. Craving is kind of like your, your
Okay,
vice, your
I
heroic little
misunderstood.
flaw. Yeah. Like the example cravings that you can get on the random table are like, I mean, one of them can be like mission, find lost love. If you're in like a star-crossed lover situation, but cravings can be like the one I love best is pressed ganged. That random result on the table gives you +1 body, and then craving beat up sailors. So yeah, but still, that could be your mission.
Mine is literally spend time with my friends and lovers.
Yeah, which for you is a craving. No, that like people might be looking at me like that doesn't sound like a craving. I'm like, no, for this guy it is. He's got the weight of an entire house on his shoulders. The fact that he just wants to chill.
What do you mean you want ready to do inventions?
Hey, ones! Which,
It's
honestly, that is the perfect result for what I just described.
it works, but it's very pitiful.
I have a very thin mask of confidence.
Yes.
1,000 years dungeon.
No. Because I double checked the wording on this. Hey, buddy, guess what's kicking in now?
Oh no.
Once per session, the GM can nullify one successful set you've rolled. You cannot appeal or reroll.
Do take that XP.
You do get your XP because I'm calling it your problem.
I'll make a note.
I'm gonna eat your ones there.
So I fold.
Yes. No. You try and project confidence. You think you do a pretty good job. The Baroness, just with keeping in mind she's now wearing an eye patch, so it's a one-eyed stare, and she just stares at you, and then you break a little. Your face kind of falls, and you're just like,
Yeah.
"Sir Doctor,
Yes.
Normally, if this sort of thing happened in my house, I'd have to have you shot. But I don't want any blood feud with House Logi right now. Got a new Marquess. He's fresh. He's got things to worry about. Now, obviously, she turns to give a less stern, but still kind of like, what's going on with you two? Looks to the twins.
This is what you've gone for?
She's like, I'm not angry. I'm just her best. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. Look.
Oh no.
Obviously, while as head of household and superior officer, I do command the attention of Lieutenant Marin and Lieutenant Marin.
Oh no.
But personally, she kind of, coughs, clears her throat a little. When it comes to matters of marriage and romance, I don't have a lot of talking to do. I've generally left it up to them. But it's very unorthodox. And also, I have to be honest. It seems a little uncalled for is not the word. It's not entirely out of left field either. It's unusual, lad. It's very unusual. It's possibly problematic. You're the court physician in the court of a Marquess. I have my own ship's doctors, they go on my vessel wherever we need to go, all that sort of thing. So you have a job. And I have to tell you, you're out of your bloody mind if you think that my heirs are going to move up to that cold, forsaken land you call Norway.
I had no illusions about which way this would go.
It's good. If you did, I might have to hit you. And that just wouldn't be very sporting.
No.
But also, that would bring in matters of conflicting loyalty. And much like I said, I can't shoot you because I wouldn't want to have a blood feud on my hands. It would also be very gauche of me at this time to poach the newly promoted court physician of the newly promoted Marquess of House Logi. You've put me in a very awkward position here, lad.
Okay. Maybe I out of character question.
Yes, go for it.
I think I mixed up the phrasing.
Well, you said permission to court, which would, ideally, if it works out, lead towards marriage.
Yeah,
okay,
Dallas, remember, we had told you about this last time.
I'm so bad at I'm so bad at romance. It's not even funny.
Yes, I'm
It's
sorry.
fine.
What did you expect? That the House Martin to give up their heirs to come live with you?
No. That
was expecting to go with that.
I think I meant date. I think I thought courtship just meant dating.
I mean,
But
it
yes,
does,
but it's always dating with intent to marriage.
yes, in these social circles, it's
Okay.
dating with a intent
Okay.
to get involved in a
Okay,
long-term relationship.
so
I mean, you
that's
can still
fine.
phrase it that way. I made you, eat your fascinate roll. So the Baroness is bringing up some
Yeah.
practical concerns.
No,
Obviously, like
that's
I said,
fair.
doesn't matter. My children, they're free to pursue whatever romantical pursuits they want. But if you're asking formal permission, there's going to be some practical issues.
I understand.
Okay, good. As long as we understand.
I merely wished to make I think it's make my intentions known. Is there? Yeah, that's the right.
She kind of, pinches the bridge of her nose and says, well, I suppose dessert is the best time to do that rather than some other time. All right, okay. She, pauses. She points at you for a second and says, hold that thought, Sir Doctor. Rotate. Officer, I don't need to tell you. Make sure nothing happens that would impugn your sister's honors. Just kind of like, yes, Mom. Rotates to Aquila. Aquila, make sure your brother doesn't embarrass himself in public. Aye, Mom.
In public.
Where is it?
Hilarion, pretend you never heard this conversation. Forgotten already, Ma'am? Good. Biscon, make sure the older two don't fuck up the thing I told them to do. Aye, Mom. Okay, we're all on the same page. Young Master Doctor. Sir Dr. Gridarvol.
Yes.
Thank you for being so polite as to make your intentions known. While I do, as you have heard my practical complaints, and yes, she does actually, like, she's speaking very fancily right now. While I have raised some practical concerns that would need to be discussed between myself and your liege lord, you have my permission to pursue. Or be pursued. Whatever it is you're doing.
Do not pursue.
Just,
Ooh.
again, all right, lads, you've got a good heart. I appreciate it. You're doing fine. Like I said, just don't do anything to embarrass anybody. You're nice, so I'd probably just have to, like, bonk you on the head and press gang you on a boat to the cauldron or something.
I will keep that in mind.
And
Don't, you
Nicola
know,
was never
don't
heard
embarrass
from
me.
again.
Don't embarrass. And, oh, you know, she kind of, like, tugs at her collar a little. Also, think of your liege lord as well. Poor guy, he's been Marquess for all of a day.
Not even.
Oh shit! Hang on, be right back.
Don't worry, my lord cousin has his own romantic entanglements to deal with.
Yes, all Trichrome knows.
Yeah, and don't think I didn't bloody notice.
Every
And
time
actually, she kind of pauses. She, you know, looks over to, like I said, there's probably a nice, very end table where, you know, the gifts are kind of, like, laid out where they were received. Notices, you know, the Orichalcum dagger. Thinks. Side glance at you. Thinks about the Orichalc. And I'm not going to say the head of house, Marin, steward of the winds. You know, the lady of the Porto Libertad didn't see a business opportunity when we came together. But you keep things in mind, young man.
Of course.
You know, she kind of sighs, takes a deep drag of her port. Oh, I swear one of you is going to give me gray hairs one of these bloody days.
I admittedly have little experience in this specific manner, but I've always felt it is better to do things above board rather than
below deck.
I want to be serious.
Don't do
No,
it.
I say below deck. No, that's definitely not what I want to say then.
Yes, no, do not do an
No.
innuendo.
Then behind one's back.
That's good.
That's bad.
If you want to have my back, I'd have to cut you.
Yes.
Let it not be said the House of Marin can't afford to pay a weregild. But like I said, it'd be a terrible shame.
Yeah, that's threat count up to 5.
Not much as I kind of expected if you blew it. You only somewhat blew it.
I mean, I activated his other problem to make him fumble a roll, so, you know.
No, it's great. I love it.
It could have gone worse. Like,
I
way
won't
worse.
say the exact stats because you guys are supposed to roll that, but I will tell you that House Marin, when it comes to like how their company stats are laid out, they lean much more heavily on the might and treasure side than they do on stuff like territory and sovereignty.
Yeah. I had a feeling.
I should probably do some of my actual like ID rolls for like learning the probably for at least the sovereignty of all the different houses.
Interesting. Sovereignty, he says.
Do you want to take a break in between this and the other vignette? Because I think I need a break.
yeah, because you actually still want to talk to the twins.
Yes.
More informally
privately.
after dinner. Yes, we can break from your dinner scene.
I'm about to break.
No, it's lucky I was like,
Like I said, guys.
who got a thing?
I guess besides sovereignty, I guess because I assume I would be I
feel like
for like all of the
I
stats.
feel like what
What are you saying right now, X? Hold on.
Nicola wants to
You were being you were being snarky at me, so I thought it was just like, was I lowballing it
wasn't.
when I said sovereignty? Or is it like
No, I
Yeah.
find it genuinely very interesting that sovereignty is the stat you're most interested in.
no? I thought that's that I could actually learn via doing student politics.
I mean that would be a good way to do it, yes. But you might also.
I just thought that's what I could
be
learn
able
because I
to
don't think the other ones would have to be like kind of a stretch.
I mean, honestly,
Maybe
I
not.
think
Maybe
you'd be-
wealth. Maybe wealth and sovereignty I could already learn.
Actually, no, I don't. Treasury is a thing I don't think would be most fit. That'd probably be more of economics. But honestly,
No, honestly, it'd probably be
some of the other stats.
it'd probably be might, if anything.
That,
'cause-
or I guess territory. I guess like three of them at least is optional.
Also, I want to say this, Omega, because it made me laugh hysterically. Did you suddenly get hired at Blizzard?
No.
Yeah, because there's an entire faction of policemen called the Lamplighters, and I was had fun with that.
Neat. But no, that's not the. I don't think that's the first time that lamplighters or carriers has been used for stuff.
Okay.
But yes, okay. We'll take a break from dinner. You guys finished dessert. Probably not somberly, but definitely like the situation kind of peaked and
Awkwardly.
went down a little. Yeah.
Awkwardly.
Like I said, I don't have hard and fast stats for all the high level, but
there's your
the Baroness
Dramatis
probably has a
for
lot
the
of
day.
command stuff. Well, since I did call somebody out a couple times during that, hey Logesh,
Yep.
it's your turn. You got
Yay.
your bottle of wine, right?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, you're just gonna call on Rodrigo. Not really gonna like go in for a dine or not.
Yeah, just casual, or just hang out in like a study or something, talk.
Yeah.
Enjoy the wine.
Yeah. So when you arrive at the Espada compound, which I also believe you guys have seen a couple of times before, Espada's compound is very sturdy. They've actually got a solid stone wall, which got a little decent amount of height to it. We got some wrought iron spikes at the top. Squat southern buildings that let heat out easily, but are also very sturdy should anything happen. Probably got a couple extra turrets or parapets in there. When you arrive, it is probably late afternoon, early evening. Because I don't. I mean, you might want to call after dark, but the easier time would probably be a little earlier in the time period, so before it gets full dark. Rodrigo's actually out on the grounds, and you walk up to see him engaged in also his own fencing drill, though this one's very different, as he's apparently practicing the art of fighting multiple opponents as he is simultaneously fencing looks like 4 knights from various House Espada orders. They are like all got out there and coming at him from like 4 corners. He is undergoing this while kind of off in the corner in the gazebo or something. Marquess Espada is observing. But yeah, you get to see him work for a little bit, and like I said, four guys try to corner him, and Rodrigo is a good enough swordsman that he worms his way out of it. He is very talented with the blade and seems to mostly focus on single sword style, no additional buckler or parrying dagger. But as he clash of swords, tags them out fencing wise. He eventually takes that all 4 and notices you're there, and hangs up his sword belt and says, "Ah, Logesh, my friend. It is good to see you.
Good to see
Would you like to
putting
join
in.
us?"
Yeah. Put down the bottle somewhere, hopefully safe, and pick up any of the practice swords.
Yeah, I got some. Ah, you bold as ever today, sir. Well, let us see if you have improved any. Come on,
No.
champion.
I'm never going to live that down, am I?
No, you won a fencing tournament. It's kind of a big deal. Anyway, here is our suitably dashing and dark Rodrigo Espada.
God damn it, I wish I had that hair.
He has
Got good hair.
excellent hair.
Yeah.
So remember how I said earlier that neither of the Espada sisters have beauty? Rodrigo has beauty one.
Hella.
I feel like
Yeah.
He's a
I have
bold
to
and
ask.
handsome man.
Like, is it like a 4 full points to get like go up in a status point, or is it like just I can, or is it where like go extra one more?
I think it's one more to go up one.
Okay, I
in
can.
the
Okay.
advantage section.
I
Let's
think
double
it's
check.
like maybe everyone should just get a point of beauty or something. It feels like it's paying dividends.
I mean, I was considering getting a point of view for Konrad when he goes up to body 5.
I don't have beauty.
I mean, it does say it's possible to purchase advantage XP. You have to explain how you became previously plain become extra attractive. You know, it doesn't have to be like crazy good. I
Well,
do
I
like
think
that it
what's
says
gonna
straight
happen-
up, maybe that facial scar is actually dashing.
Damn it! You beat me. I was going to make a joke about that.
Well, that's literally a line in the book, so.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it is possible with for a lot of advantages for you to pick up stuff. I would also like to point out to everybody, because it's a 1 point advantage, the thick-headed advantage that gives you an extra wound box in your head literally says this advantage is quite possibly the best bargain in the game.
I was thinking about that at
It's,
some point.
it's 1 point,
I
and it
just
gets you 1 extra wound box in your head. There's a lot of NPCs with it.
There should just be an author's note. Just pick a top tier.
But yeah, in that case, go ahead and you roll me your coordinate plus sward. I will also roll coordinate plus sward.
Damn.
you do a double action. You could probably do a parry with it. Music.
He did not declare it.
fours, two twos.
We're doing quick math, not the full thing. Okay, so it's 8, 10. What's your best roll? 4s?
Oh no!
Hey, so that's 5 9s.
Yeah. What the
Same pool.
fuck?
Yeah, he
5.
has the master die.
Oh,
I
yeah,
had a
it was my
feeling
turn.
he would have a master die.
So you know, you're pretty good at the sword. You know, you've been practicing. Rodrigo's real good at the sword, and so
Yeah, it's I can get that feeling.
like, you know, you adopt a pretty normal, like, you know, fencing stance. You don't have any martial paths for sword, do you, Logesh?
I have not picked up one yet. That
Okay,
was one
yeah,
of the
so,
things
yeah,
I
so
was going to pick up. at some point.
Your style is still very not informal, but like very loose. You have not like done a lot of specializing. You've just, you know, kind of studied, you know, basic fencing manuals about the process to, you know, how doth one stab and not be stabbed. So, you know, you adopt a very textbook stance. Rodrigo just, you know, keeps his sword shield, and he just kind of does, you know, like a, you know, come on, don't hit me. And when you eventually fall for the bait, he just quick draws his, you know, blade, taps you in the sternum with the pommel to kind of, you know, take the out of you, and then just whips the. It is a dull blade because it's a training blade, but like whips it up against your neck and says, too slow, my friend. What's the matter? You been drinking too much wine?
Not yet, anyway.
Nah, you're probably too long in your wintry home. Been eating too much berries and bear fats and whatever you do up there. You'll be faster on the
And what do you
draw,
do down here? Eat sand?
Ouch.
Only if we have to.
Fair play.
But you know, he turns his blade around. You know, he does give you a salute and then turns his you know test blade
yeah,
around,
the
sheaths it,
proper-
and takes out the belt.
Proper respects and bows.
Yeah. But I guess you did not come here, my friend, to be embarrassed.
No. If that was the case, I would have asked Ainara for a duel. That would have been
I probably would have gone that as well for you.
Yeah. But no, I'd like to just take a moment to just... It's been a while, so I brought a vintage that I found. Want to just relax and talk.
Of course. Well, kind of turns over to the, like I said, the pavilion where the Marquess has kind of been standing, watching, stroking his very finely trimmed beard and mustache, very sharp. Says,
Mustache.
"Well, Lord Father, if that will be all for the day." The Marquess kind of just, clasps his hands and says, "Aye, Rodrigo, that will be fine. Your skills are sufficient. And you, Sir Logi, you may need more practice if you wish to keep your Marquess alive. Must be faster on the draw. But this is a discussion for a different time. I am not here to talk swords."
Maybe another
I
time.
Yes, he gives you a slight incline. "I will leave you to your business. Now, for the rest of you," he claps again. Talks to the knights who are kind of like, who after getting schooled by Rodrigo are kind of like sitting on the practice field, taking in their breath. "My knights, good sirs and dames. Let us begin with a new round of forms. I would like you to run me through the stances again. I believe that my lord son is showing that you maybe have not practiced these stances as much as I thought you have. Come." So they kind of, get up and start, doing fencing drills.
Well,
So yes, you present the bottle. Rodrigo says, "Oh yes, this is a fine vintage."
yeah, let us find a nice quiet spot. There's also some things I'd like to talk to you about.
Of course. Talking. It is one of my favorite things to do besides fencing. And well, actually, it's probably not one of my favorite things to do. I would have to say fencing, drinking, singing. Do you want to count poetry as the same as singing? You're kind of walking and talking.
Not really.
Yes.
Although from what I've seen, your tongue is as sharp as your blade.
Thank you for noticing. So definitely yes. Talking is definitely
Sorry, you can't see it.
after-
I fucking bowed my head at that.
Of course. I kind of did kind of a warm-hearted touch to my chest. So we're all acting out here. Let's see. I definitely would say that talking is below singing, poetry, probably below dancing, and definitely below romance. But come, drinking goes with talking, so it goes higher on my list. Probably takes you to, he is technically heir to a high house, so Rodrigo, takes you to, he has probably like a private study attached to his room. He's got a messy writing desk with, speaking of, artistic pursuits, many scribbled with scratched out lines of, poetry and songs. The kinds of songs that Rodrigo likes to sing are usually, ballads about bold swordsmen, which are designed to start a bar fight, or the kind of romantic songs you might sing under the window of a comely maiden. And his poems are variously in that genre.
That seems like him.
So yes, he'll uncork the bottle, get out a couple of glasses, pour, cheers, all that stuff. I found northern. Well,
Ugh.
I will not insult you by saying northern wine. For farther north wine, this vintage you have acquired from Foretti is reasonable.
No offense taken. However, speaking of offenses, let me just get the big one out of the way. I have been. Hold on. Sorry. This is out of character. Me just trying to get into the mood. Oh. Speaking of offenses, though, I have been approached by one Baron Oro about possible courtship, and in a bid to what's the best way to put this? Dissuade him from such a course of action. I may have invoked your name and invited you along. So,
just kind of taps a finger against his temple, staring into his wine glass. Go ahead.
So, it seems like at some point I may end up going on a night on the town or what have you with some of Baron Oro's distant relatives. And
you have invited me along without asking.
exactly.
Yes, I see. He, kind of like in one hand holds a cup of wine, the other hand holds a hand up to like in the general direction of you, like he's weighing the two things. Well, I have heard that the cousins the Baron has brought are, pretty unwealthy at least. All right, my friends, I'll let you off this time. But we'll see if it's a night on the town.
However, that did also make me come to a realization, and it's the other thing I've come to talk to you about. Well, one of the other things. The other one was about the situation with your lands, considering things are happening around the land. It's weird and complicated. But no.
Politics of it is.
You know that ever since the tournament and all that, I've kept up a friendly relationship with you and your family. Well, you and your sister and everyone else.
Yes.
Baron Oro's offer had made me realize that I don't want that or them. I'd like to ask, before anything else, I'd like to ask your opinion on it, since you are I consider a good friend. On your opinion, if I was to attempt to court Ainara.
This is the second time we've had a spit take. He puts his glass down. He turns to you and he says, "Okay, hold on. You're telling me
it's a mention.
Logesh Logi, my good friend, have come to me. And one, you're telling me that you have invited me to be match made with some Oro ladies or gentlemen, whatever the Baron has brought, in an attempt to weasel out of it yourself. This has caused you a great revelation for you to ask me if you can court my sister? Is that the situation I am in right now?"
When you say it out loud, it does sound more flowery than what I intend, but yes.
Well, that is true. You certainly did not intend things to be flowery. Alas, alack, I am of the passionate south, the hot deserts.
And that's one of the great things about you.
Well, I will appreciate the compliment, but now I must ask you, what in the hells are you thinking? Are you talking about? What are you talking about to me, man? My sister? Hold on. I think for the first time in my life, I am experiencing a flash of brotherly instinct. Which I must say, I want to punch you right now for making me experience. But this is a different situation.
I need to go.
We can work that out afterwards. We'll have it. Axe has to be himself.
He's got to go. He needs a moment. It's okay. We got a lot of unintentional and intentional humor this episode.
That's okay. We can work this out later. As in, we'll have a sparring match, and we can feel free to have you.
That may be what happens anyway.
Oh
yes,
yeah, no.
Okay. I cannot allow. No. Yes. I think I must, as the older brother and probable heir of my house, and as a gentleman who has an ego of his own, yes, definitely, I cannot just allow you to mosey up and court my sister. It's crazy talk. First of all, one, for your own good. It's crazy talk. You're going to die. Second of all, you may die because I may have to kill you.
Well,
no, that's not right. You would be.
All those years ago, she did call me. All those years ago, she did call me a dead man from one joke I made.
Yes, that one is stuck around. No, I would not ever kill you. You, my friend, I would suffice with probably firstly merely to first blood. But no, yes. I mean, if you are serious in your intentions, which I would have to ask your friend the doctor to examine your head to see if you are all right. Have you fallen from a horse lately? Nearly drowned? Had a near-death experience?
The closest I have was my arm being slightly injured, but that's about it.
Hit with the
I don't think my brain's in there.
Well, there are some men. Anyway, no. All right, okay. For your own safety and for my sanity, obviously, I would not allow this unless you could show yourself to be a man of proper courtship, which I'm going to tell you is going to be uphill because, like I said, you need fire in your words and your deeds. But also, not only will you have to beat my own rigorous inspection, you're going to have to pass inspection with Ainara, which is what I said. Is why are you out of your mind? She's going to kill you. Me? Listen, I'm no respect. No disrespect, but I am a man of the people, okay? I go out, I drink, I romance, I dance. I occasionally sword people. I am not too loath to admit in this moment to you, as I'm drinking this cup of fine wine you have brought me, that I may have escaped out of a window in my time, all right? Kind of looks you up and down. I don't think, my friend, you have ever shimmied out of a window or in a window in that context.
Not in that context, no.
I will not ask about
Would
the other
you-
context at this time.
Would you rather the person courting your sister to be that kind of person to escape out of another person's window in that context?
Well, they'd be escaping out of the window because I'd be coming to kill them. So maybe? Listen, you're giving me a lot of complicated feelings right now, my guy.
And
But
hence why the wine is a good thing to have to help.
yes, indeed, I'm going to pour myself another glass. Glug, 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 glug.
Go ahead.
Yes. All right, okay. I do not necessarily know that, but as you know, I am a man of experience. I understand what it means to woo a lady and what ladies like when they are wooed, okay? And obviously, I would want to make sure that you are capable of that sort of respect and affection, and also probably passion. He's definitely talking with hands when he talks about passion.
Sorry, I'm thinking of the fucking spy in TF2. Seduce me!
Yeah, kind of. But also, after that, you're going to have to actually go through the process of courting my sister, which my sister is not. I mean, she's a passionate lady. She experiences passion. Her passion is mostly related to finding people who are good fights. I have not in my time seen her try to woo a man or a lady. I'm not going to say that she doesn't. She probably does it out of my sight because, quite frankly, under normal circumstances, and in fact, even in this circumstance, I would, of course, be disgusted. Don't want to see it. Nothing. No. Not for me.
Understandable.
If you are a lesser man, I would strike you for merely suggesting such a thing to my face. But her
Yep.
her opinions of courting are likely to be her own and be dangerous. And it's not even to say she's even going to go for such a thing. She's very driven. And while I do not
Yes.
think she has forgotten that time you defeated her in the fencing tournament, I'm not going to say she's going to let you coast on that one forever, man.
That was one of the ideas. Yeah, no, I'm not going to coast on that. I need to learn the proper forms, get better.
Well, I suppose that would be the way to do it. But I must warn you. As a third thing, after you defeat me and defeat my sister, there's one more obstacle left in this house.
You must defeat our father.
Actually, two. Yes, that's it. Thank you for asking. You're going to have to appeal to the Marquess. Now, obviously, you are technically the son of a former Marquess. Your father was the Lord of the Logi lands. Though you were
Yes.
very down. But also, I don't know if you've noticed this, but my father's sister is the High Queen. Her son is going to become the king someday. That's the kind of dynastic marriage, my father is working on. I admit he has not currently approached me with anything. But, I'm sure that he's feeling things out. He's merely giving me space to be my own young man and, go on about. But also, my stepmother is from a house of Oro as well. And as you've experienced with the Baron, the whole marriage thing is a very big deal. So you're going to have to convince the Marquess and the Marquess also of your suitability. Well, I say that honestly. Ainara is enough of a crazy person. Sorry, she's enough of a free spirit and wild bird, as she has told me to say, that I'm not unconvinced that if you were suitably charming, she would not, run away to the four corners of Turikoron. Not, my friend, if I may be blunt, not that I think you are that romantical, okay? We got some work to do on your whole thing. I can't. There are times I kind of wish when you guys could see me. I'm doing a lot of talking with my hands as Rodrigo. When I said your whole thing, I did the point with my my knife hand and kind of gesture in a general vague direction to your body.
I can feel it.
Yeah.
I assume that every time he says passion, he's like gripping towards his chest.
Oh
Wait,
yeah,
where
no.
is
There's
it?
definitely like he's either doing the like Italian, finger together gesture or clenching a fist.
Also, I didn't expect you to ask about the thing with Inara. I didn't expect that. So that's why I was so thrown off guard, and then it just got funny.
Oh no, I knew he was planning on asking that. I was not expecting him to ask Rodrigo at the top. That's probably the right order to do it. But anyway.
Fair, because
Well,
Rodrigo would stab him.
it's in Logesh's mind is like, okay, I'm friends with Rodrigo. I don't know any others. Let's go talk to the one person I know who knows Ainara the most.
Yes, no. And he's spitting facts. But also it means you have technically told her older brother you're gonna try and court her, and his immediate response is, holy shit, I think for the first time in my life I have to like cover for my little sister.
Yeah.
I
I
hate
gotta
you
make sure
and
that
respect
you've
you at
got
the same time for this.
the traits that I think would be a good match. And then also, wait a minute, my sister's gonna kill this guy.
And then after this, we're probably gonna have a fist fight just to get all those feelings out.
You're gonna have your Metal Gear Solid fist fight. But yeah, no. So like, this was a question I did ask Dallas earlier. Logesh, what's your status score at?
Let's see. Where would status be again?
It's an advantage. How much status advantage do you have?
Oh, none.
It can be none. Is it
Oh
none?
well. I didn't put any points into it.
I thought you'd be one.
You could probably get away with a status 1, yes, but as we've discussed, it's not for free. Keeping in mind that status is not like it doesn't give you any material benefits. It's just like social cachet. For comparison, Rodrigo and Ainara. Well, actually, yeah, doing the math, and I may adjust up or down a little. Let me actually look at the chart. Yeah, it's a little loosey goosey, but I think Rodrigo does have enough of a reputation to carry it. Rodrigo is himself status based on the stats I generate anyway. He's yeah, both of them are status 4.
So
They're
I've got my
major houses.
legitimately, as Logesh would say to Rodrigo, he's got his work cut out for him.
Yes, and I know you are not afraid of hard work, but there's other ways we could go about this. We could get drunk on the town, and we could just find some nice, laundresses. There
Appealing, but I don't know. Let's see. As you say, like there was that moment of passion. It started all the way back at the tournament where we fought, and there was like this fire to Einar that captivated me, but I didn't quite put the feelings together until just recently.
I still am unsure if your head has been damaged, but all right, okay.
Honestly, I think it might be a little bit.
Well, at least you can admit it. Okay, all right. Now, obviously I promise nothing, but especially because you are still going to me for this matchmaking thing with House Oro. I'm not going to let you weasel out of it. You tried to weasel me out, I'm going to weasel you out. Come on. But we'll handle that when that comes up.
Oh no! I'm telling you, I've told you this just so we could suffer together. After I signed you up for it, of course.
Such friendship, such brotherhood I have, suffering together. My father would be proud. We are truly soldiers of fortune. Anyway, besides that,
He says with a middle finger.
No, I think he just has like a very flat, sarcastic look on his face. All right, okay. Well, we'll see how you feel after that whole business. Maybe your head will get adjusted correctly. That was completely Russian there. I don't know what's going on there. But all right. Assuming past that, I'm going to need you to first prove to me, simply because I am the first person you told. Thank you for that, by the way. That is sarcastic, also. That you are have the suitable passion and drive and romance, and also probably know enough about swordsmanship that you're not going to just die instantly. Then you're going to have to talk to her. And, friend, he clasped you on the shoulder. I cannot help you there. I mean, I could. There are probably things I could say that would help you, but you know what I mean. You're going to have to sort that one out yourself.
At this, I raise my glass. Oh yeah, no. Logesh does have sword 5, but even then, look at the result of that 8d10. It could still be up in the air for what
You might need to
happens.
make it sword 6 then.
I'll just
Well,
get...
you also need to work on your master die.
Yeah. But at Rodrigo's words, I think Logesh would just raise his own goblet glass of wine and just go, yep. Oh, God, sorry. Yeah, that was the plan, or that was the idea.
All right. Well, assuming she's even down for that sort of thing.
Oh yeah.
Like I said,
This is gonna be hilarious if she turns me down immediately.
I mean, I suspect she will do that, but probably not in the way you're thinking. She's probably just going to laugh it off as a joke. Probably think you're being funny again. You've got your weird sense of humor, your weird northern sense of humor. After that, though, I don't know. Knowing my sister. Okay. I admit, I am the pot calling the kettle black, but you may have noticed my sister has a bit of an ego.
No.
Personally, I think she could use knocking down a peg or two, okay? She needs to learn that she's not the best at everything. But, besides that, like I said, I don't know exactly what her opinions on romance are, but she is an espada, so there's some romance in there somewhere. If she is interested at all in trying this out, you're going to be dragged along onto her sort of adventures, which are like my sort of adventures, but there's much less singing under windows and drinking. Much more, fighting, running around. Well, actually, these days she's taken on a decent amount of chasing criminals. Criminales. Vagabundo. That you probably would like. But I don't know
feel
how
like
romantic
Omega's
it is.
having so much fun with this voice.
I do have a lot of fun there. But also my stomach is growling, so I think I need to go to my closet and grab some treats.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. We're carrying on as always. But we're only like 2.5 hours in, so we're well proceeding apace. Rather than keep these things circular going on there, Rodrigo has laid out the issues of he's gonna want to test your metal first. Second, you're gonna have to actually ask Ainara Espada out on a date and pray that she doesn't kill you on the spot. And then if dating goes well, then you're still gonna have the problem, much similar to Nicola's problem, which is that you are, just kind of a dude. Actually, technically, Konrad is a problem too. Ainara is, second in line to heir to a house, but we've discussed before that her house is kind of, currently experiencing a potential fracture point where obviously, like I said, you've spoken to the two of them and several of the characters when the other PCs when speaking to them have tried to mollify the situation. Ainara and Rodrigo don't hate each other's guts or anything. They're not deliberately trying to cause a civil war between the two of them. They still kind of don't get along. They're not real friendly. If anything,
I honestly think it's the father more so. He's just sitting back saying, "Let them fight."
You know what the funny thing is?
I wouldn't say he kind of sits back and says, "Let them fight." From what you understand, the Marquess is kind of hands off with his two children, mostly because he doesn't really know how to work it out between them. Marquess Espada is he definitely probably had that kind of like espada, fiery passion in his youth. From what every time you've seen the Lord Chancellor, any of you, he's very, methodical, strategic, very much like pragmatic in his doing things. He is, the sharpened sword type vibe. So like I think he just like genuinely like doesn't like remember how to summon up, how to like navigate this emotional minefield with his kids, because like I said, Rodrigo brought up specifically his stepmother. He's a widower who remarried and has 2 kids with his second wife. So like, man, that's something he's not like. He's not a dad who's well placed to go for like the manly feelings type thing. So, well, he knows about swords and fighting and leading and castles and chancellor things. Anyway, yes, sorry, we're getting off track again.
But with all those exciting bits of news and questions and stuff out of the way, we'll feel free to enjoy our wine. Have you come to blows with me eventually after this? But for the most boring part of this, because there was another thing I was asked to ask, not on my own, but feel free to not mention things depending on like how well this goes in your land. But has your lands been experiencing problems with like monstroms or increased bandits recently as well lately?
You kind of
Sorry, is that Lucky coughing to get my attention?
No, that's me just trying to clear my throat.
Oh,
yeah, he was
okay. I thought I said something.
No, you're good.
Wrong. I was like,
no, Rodrigo kind of like strokes his stubble, his heroic stubble, and he kind of like takes a sip of his wine. Well, I have tried to pay more attention to these sorts of things in the past couple of years, if only because my sister would not let me hear the end of it. But I mean, I do not know exactly how things are for you up in Norlon, but in Tempest, things are, I don't want to say worse, because it's very manageable, but it is a habit of our men, we have our own mercenaries, our own fighting men. Some of them like so much to fight that when time comes they no longer need to fight. They do not want to give up their swords and return home. Many of them go and hide in the hills, the Badlands they call it, near the desert. They wait for, spring and summer caravans or good rains. I believe that problem is normal this year. I have not seen any unusual reports. You may have noticed when you arrived in town, though, my Lord Father was not in residence. This is because he's been flitting back and forth. There is an odd circumstance going on where there are some of those, desert kindred. They are calling themselves Keith Bloodfang, but the way Lord Akonar and the rest of them tell it, they are not really a kith. They are not legally allowed to exist as a house for whatever passes for law among the desert tribes. But, so they are indeed bandits. But there have been a few outlying reports. Goats on the ranch, or cattle, stocked. A couple of farmers roughed up. Some spring crops taken in. Growing season in Celticy is very important on the seasonal rise of the waters and the rains. It is not yet peak storm season yet, but during summer it can be quite troublesome to move around. It is much harder to travel over sea, through the storm sea. In case you've never been through the storm sea, friends, it's why they call it the storm sea. It's stormy. That's why we are the house of the lightning. But, anyway, enough about etymologies. Yes. I believe that my father will attempt to get some kind of action to resolve that. For monsters, well, you'd probably have to speak to the lady Pantera or her daughter. They control the savannah, the heartland, the grasslands. That is where we usually get our monstrum outbreaks. Saber cats and the like. I think their season is fairly normal this year.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that to me.
Ah,
It's
no
just that
problem.
recently, there was a weird surge in monstrum and even banditry over in our lands, and just hearing about other lands having problems, I fear that this was a poor omen of things to come.
Well, no offense to your cousin, but he was only just now made Marquess. This is how in Tempest things are held. You know, it is the authority of the position of the Marquess to keep those things in check. He recruits the best soldiers, keeps the best men. And I assume by the fact that you are here in Hull that your bandit problem is not so severe now. No?
Oh, yeah, we did take care of them.
Ah, yes.
But I did want to call you out on that joke about getting fat off the berries and bear fat. No, we had to deal with wargs before coming down here as well.
Mm. Well,
Shows off war cape.
yes. Oh. Well, you know, there are some fine hides you can take from a saber cat, but mostly it is the teeth. They're big as knives. Well,
Remind
if
me
I
to
ever
find
need a
one. Maybe
monster
I could
hunter-
make it a gift for Inara.
Well, you could try, but I think that she would much prefer to stab and collect the tooth herself. If you ever want to come and hunt monstrum, well, I would say to avoid the summer season, but you know, it is what it is.
It's funny how I feel how correct you are with that. Oh well. But come, we've had enough talks about serious matters and emotional matters. Let us drink and be merry.
Aye.
And this is Loth calling for the end of the scene where
Yeah.
hopefully after he comes back he'll have a few bruises, because I'm just gonna not even ask for a roll. I'm just gonna say that it's just gonna be a fucking fist fight
I mean,
between
how
them.
much fight do you got?
One.
Rodrigo has 4 fight.
Yeah. Body
Does.
3.
He is also body 3. You're tied.
You know
Yeah,
what?
he'd probably
Fuck it.
get you.
Let's roll it.
4 to
Let's see
7.
how it goes.
I mean, Logesh beat the
2 1s.
the tournament on weaker odds.
6s.
2 6s. Let's go.
Bonked. When you return home that evening, you look like you've been in a scuffle, a scrap. All right. I'm going to step away very slightly for a sec, because I said before, my rumbly tummy. When we get back, I don't know, somebody's vignette. So I'm going to pause the audio for a second because I'm physically stepping away. Beer.
Oh, sorry if. Hopefully that didn't take too long.
No, that's fine.
And mentally, I can't think anymore.
All right, I'm gonna grab some weights.
All right, well, in that case, let us run to our next vignette, and we'll go to Konrad, I think. Zach said he was going to jump away. Hold on 1 second.
Jungle Mother?
Sorry, I want to make sure the microphone is nice and close to me while I'm speaking, but I was noshing real quick. Okay. All right. The A compound.
Yes.
Similar style to your own building. You know, even though the winters aren't that bad here, it is kind of a winterized building. You know, big blocky timbers. More of a, you know, long haul type than kind of the Alpine manor that Torchlight Hall is, but still very respectable, very classy. Actually, this is semi-unrelated, but everybody make sure you've logged into FGO today. Maintenance soon.
I should probably do that. Thank you.
Wait, what the fuck's my phone?
That's why I said something. But, you know, you're going to have a dine-in.
Yep.
Compared to maybe the, you know, very polite, very formal reception Nicola got at dinner at the Marins. Konrad, you know, you're kindred here. You're blood kin. So you get a warm family welcome. This is kind of the first time you've had, you know, one-on-one time to talk to the people from A. So, you know, clasped arms, hugs, that kind of stuff all around.
Yeah, definitely.
Let me see where my notes are about who all from did a Ra. Okay, yes. So Airless is here. Obviously, Countess Mule is here. Countess's two sons, Magne, Phineas, are here. Her youngest sibling, her brother Ransom, the Knight Commander, is here. That's also your uncle, so
Yeah.
plenty of, again, Class B.
Class bean, hugs, all that stuff.
Yeah, you're probably given brief introductions to some of the younger generation they're planning on socially debuting. I've mentioned them before.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Dunwich, Boris Fishgrief, Torsten McCragg.
Oh yeah, with 1 second. Is Dunwich then like the grandson of the head of the house Dunwich then, or
yes,
not
and it's she actually.
Yeah, she. That's
even
what I
though
meant.
it's
Sorry.
Aaron. Yeah, no, that's fine. It's an ambiguous name, but yes. So, and you would probably know because you keep up with stuff in Crag. But yes, the current lady of House Dunwich is probably Dunwich is, there's an R in there, so it's more Deernwich. Is probably planning on retiring or abdicating sometime this year, and so they're gonna move up to be heir to the house when their parents.
I just wanted to make sure that because I thought that was the case, but I couldn't remember. So
yeah, I think that came out some time ago, but time. What is it?
Mm-hmm.
Snacky is what it is. Anyway. And also, Agnar Bloodaxe is here. He probably attempts to rearrange some of the bones in your forearm.
mutual forearm reconstruction.
I mean, he's going to give a pretty good run at it. What's your body score right now?
4.
I think he's about the same. Let me double check. I did, because it was talked about, run through a couple of these guys into some stats. There we are. Okay, yes, he is also body 4. So yes, mutual predator handshake. I don't remember if this came up before, but it does come out that congratulations are probably in order for Agnar because he has very recently been married. He married a young lady from the house Musimon, which is a relatively small highland house from Achelands. They have the sign of the goat. And Agnar, despite his big blockitude and general, Nordicness, whenever he starts, like, if you, ask about her, Airless would probably go, oh, don't ask him. He'll be... And then he's like, oh, my Tabea. She's so warm and nice. And, he goes through that whole fucking thing.
Konrad gives innocent whistles. Hope no one asks about Ren.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Because he'd probably be much the same way.
Classy.
Yeah.
And Airless's companion, Lane Fishgrief, is there as well, along with her younger brother, because their dad is there.
Yeah.
Because, Lady Mule brought some big guns.
I think you mentioned that you brought more people than normal.
Yes, you probably see, even as you're, getting ready for dinner, more, men-at-arms and servants types around the house. And she did bring Murchad Fishgrief, the Lord of House Fishgrief, as well, who I believe you may have met briefly before. But also a character who hadn't been introduced yet on screen. Skegel the Bloodaxe, the Lady Battleaxe, head of House Bloodaxe, Lady of the Okshinu. So, yeah, big buff axe lady.
Yep.
But yes, dinner is served eventually. Let's see, would there be a whole... Yeah, probably like not all dining at the same table, but probably like big long tables and have a big sit-in, warm fire,
Yeah,
fresh meats, that kind of stuff.
sounds good.
But what sort of dinner conversation wouldst thou be making?
Let's see. You'd probably definitely ask how the trip was to Lampclair. Ask if they had stopped anywhere along the way. Just a general conversation while the bulk of the meal is going on.
Yeah. Yes. Sorry, can't summon my accent while snacking. Ella's probably chimes in first, and she's like, "Oh, our trip went a mite smoother than yours, cuz. I do hope you did write back to your lady mother. She sent some messages, was quite distraught at the news."
Yeah, I admit I did forget to write her when we stopped briefly in St. Quay, but I made sure to send her a letter the other day.
Oh,
Hopefully it
good.
gets to her soon.
Aye. Nearly beside herself, wearing after you and little lad here.
Yeah,
But
I'm
yes,
been keeping an eye on him while making sure he doesn't get in any trouble.
Like we've never gotten in it. Like you've never gotten in any trouble yourself.
Well, I storyalized version of the encounter with the pirate.
Okay.
Definitely not mentioning the fact that it might have been an inside job, so
No, that's fair. Yeah, the countess.
But yeah, at the end of the story, disappointment that there's only like a handful of pirates to kill.
Of course. There's probably some on the table about that. The countess probably takes over the conversation and mentions that it's quite troubling, but the monster is not unknown to us. We'll send out more patrols. You may have noticed that the young heir to to House Bleka is not with us as well. Young Master Douglas had to stay behind to help coordinate a search of coastal ports and coves. We'll get some longship roaming out there, assuming that bastard has not gone off anywhere far distant. Maybe settle on some of the outlying islands. Thing to worry about for later. We have good food and good meal. Though, nephew, I do have something to discuss with you that may need to go to the new young Lord Marquess. Okay. Everyone's taking a second because the internet's being weird.
No,
I did kind of pick up on that. He was kind of chopped up a little. How's my connection, by the way, guys? I sound okay?
You sound good.
Mine, you do.
Yeah.
Yep, sound good. I'm back.
Ah, you're back. Okay.
Welcome back.
Unfortunately, it's
Okay, so it's not
something that
just me,
happens
that's-
around my neighborhood around this time in the evenings. Just all the bandwidth gets slurped up.
Oh, trust me, man. I know about that. I've got that weird thing with my OBS streams lately where it's just like it's 8 o'clock. Time to tank for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes. Sorry. So yeah, the Countess was just saying that Douglas Blake had to stay behind in port because he's arranging a search for piratical stuff. But she did bring up that she does have something for you to bring to the Marquess to Leslok's attention later. But we'll discuss that after dinner.
All right.
So yeah, you eat food, eat good food, talk. Joke is only family and friends can. Anything else at the dinner side you want to bring up, or are you
Probably definitely would go. Probably tell the story of the work hunt also.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's about it until after dinner.
All right. Yes. So, as you relax after dinner, possibly with some of the others go off to do their business, so you got a smaller crowd. You'll have an opportunity before the Countess her thing to ask any of your questions.
Yeah, Connor would definitely ask how things are going up there. Teine has had a few through issues throughout the winter, and from what we've heard, that there seems to be some kind of going-ons in some of the other lands also. Might be a coincidence, but could be omens also.
As always, winter is cold. And technically, in down south, you have more farmland than we do. I think most of the livestock stocks are good. But grains are, as always, problematic. Luckily, we have good resources to trade. Solid stone. Whaling has been good this year.
We've been... my brother, the Marquis, has also been... had his thoughts on feeding everyone, and we've had to perhaps put a little more focus into seeing to that than we have in other years.
It happens. Well, if you are short of certain staples, always does not hurt to ask. We can share and share alike. Crops are different in different parts, but yes. Winter is harsh. The monsters are nasty. Luckily, the bears garden sleep mostly during the summer, so it should not be so much of a problem, but much like the wargs, they like the cold. Thankfully, no rune bearers were spotted in this year, but no, it is fine. Hunting is of a good quality, livestock is good, but as I said, grains and fruits, always scarce. We will need to trade, of course, for the excess.
I believe my brother, the Marquis, is gonna arrange something with the help of some of the others of my household, so might cost some coin, but we'll make sure that things happen.
Coin is temporary.
Agreed.
Lives are much more important.
Yes.
But no, things are fine. There is, as always, omens, rumors, that sort of thing. The giants rumble about what they see in the runes. We listen, of course, but other than, portents about the harshness of winter and the harvest upcoming, there's not much to be done. Though I will say, of course, everyone's always keeping an eye up north. Have not seen anything. Like I said, whaling is good, though. Should be a good season. This does bring me to, though, what I wanted to mention, which was, I mentioned before, young Master Blake Lord Blake had to remain behind. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a little unusual, but you may have heard there was to be an arrangement to marry one of his younger lady cousins to a male cousin of the House Essex across the border.
I had not heard about this.
Well, it is unfortunate, but from what I heard anyway, the young man in question. Sorry, I always try to keep the Countess's a slightly more like Icelandic type accent, and sometimes it's. As you may have heard, the young man perished in a monster raid, as is all too common along the coasts. Well, while I do not like to speak ill of my bannerman, my sister's son, but the Lord of House Blake, old Irving. No, I should not call him old. He's only a few years older than me, but he's got an old soul, you know? He's very set in his ways.
Mm.
The marriage obviously cannot go through. The arrangement is off. He goes about his business. But the younger Douglas has reported to me, and I must report to you, that the young lady in question is still interested. And indeed, the girl, her name, Coralia Blake, she came with us to the capital. If the Lady of House Essex and the Marquess Logi permits, she would like to still complete some of the arrangement and be fostered. She is an apprentice draftswoman, and early in her business of shipbuilding. But, you know, it could be a valuable exchange of skills. Obviously, I speak from experience to say that we do have history of alliances and trades, fosterage, that sort of thing.
Indeed.
It could be good to share skills for the young Lady Blake to learn and return home with the knowledge she has. I believe one of the reasons why you escaped that's Dog Vossler was the swiftness of your vessel. Those
Indeed.
kind of techniques could be applied also to Ich ships. But as I said, it is a sort of thing that I will inquire directly with the Marquess Logi, but again,
I'll
discussion between kin.
give him some forewarning so he has time to think about it. But
It is odd to think of him as a peer, legally speaking, but young Leslok is the type who needs to think about things. He does not like to be surprised, you know?
yeah, I mean, no one
hate
likes to be
surprises.
surprised, really. But I think he might deal with it a little less well than some people who know how to think on their feet.
Well, as you
Not
said,
that I
he
would
be
change him
more-
for the life of me.
Of course not. He's family. That's why we say these things. You know family well.
Mhm.
Well, I will speak to it if I get a moment with him tomorrow. I'm sure there will be a long council meeting. We have brought in many foods, breakfast and for feasts and so on and so forth. But enough of that. We, the two houses of the north, will remain vigilant together. Be apprised of monsters and the things. We can share foods if we can spare them. You know, I have not been thinking about it. But maybe when I return home, I will send messengers to more of the distant Aetirs, the giant clans. They eat big but slow, as you may know. I do believe they have kept some crops to themselves. Perhaps we can supplement each other's diets. Sadly, the Ironkin, their version of crops are very limited. Unless you would like to eat roots and lichen beer.
I've spent some time with the Iron Demons. They're food. It can grow on you after a while, but
More like grow inside you, but I see what you mean. If they eat it, it must be palatable, right? Yeah?
Some of it's tasty. Not all of it, but my tongue is probably a little bit different.
But yeah, so, you know, she kind of lets the conversation lull if there's anything you want to ask her about. Or catch up with anybody else as well.
don't think so. She pretty much confirmed that there's not really anything out of the ordinary going up there.
Nothing new, anyway.
Nothing new. Yeah, don't think there's really anything else.
Right.
Just enjoy the time.
Yeah, like I said, drink a little beer, have good food, chat about stuff, head on home. Right, so what's our timer? About 3-ish hours? Okay. Then probably our last blob for the night, though we are once again doing a round of separate vignettes. We're getting places. We're doing stuff. Establishing goals. Leslok's Dato.
Oh boy.
Hey, you knew you were coming. You're last in the line.
Yeah.
Dun, dun.
Alrighty. Well, I assume you're going to, well, pick her up, but probably, get a cab and go to where she's staying.
Say it again, sorry. I was checking.
It's okay. You can ask me to repeat. Yes. I assume that you're going to go, hire a cab and pick her up where she's staying.
Yes.
All right, because you
It's like-
plan to take her to the club.
Yes.
Don't worry, you're already vetted. Yeah, so, you get a carriage. You would be going to probably a side entrance of the Palace of Dawn, not like the main wing or the main royal residence, but, sub-residence of Fies. Nerissa is probably dressed a little different from her normal convention. Normally, as described, she kind of dresses in the way of a chevalier or cavalry. And, she's got, kind of average athletic build. I mentioned, I think, previously when you gave her the pin that she's, actually been growing her hair out a little, so she's got it pinned back. She's probably, dropped, full riding gear and stuff to go for a, while still pragmatic, a very, lovely evening gown of probably kind of like warm colors, maybe like a cream tone. Flash for some extra jewelry. And yeah, you carriage ride. She probably asks you on the way, about like, oh, why all the secrecy, darling? Where are we going? But she, kind of smiles to let you know that she's not joking, but like she's being lighthearted.
We're going somewhere we can just be ourselves.
Well, that sounds lovely. Yeah. No, it's pretty easy to rattle up the. I did mention before that the club has a private.
Carriage house?
I wanted to say carriage dock. That's not the right word, but yeah, like carriage barn. There's like a garage. It may actually be the proper use of the term garage. The garage. So yeah, the you can pull off the main street into the club, hop out, and I don't need to roleplay out the whole introduction, but Leslok can explain the whole, the club and the invitation and so on.
I think he'd explain it better than either one of us.
I don't know. Hey, I don't know about that. He's only 19, man.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm pretty good at my job.
That's
but yes, he can pretty succinctly summarize things. The princess is actually out. She has not stayed the whole night. If Inos would have inquired about that, she probably would have, dropped a line saying that she's actually going to go dine with her eldest brother. She's going to go express how cross she is with him. Ha.
Oh.
So she's dining out, but she's left a little note basically also explaining the situation to, one of her little printed notes explaining the situation to Nerissa. So, yes, her membership is locked in. All right, and then I assume you go up to the, upstairs to one of the dining areas, get some nice food.
It's also part where the camera, I think, like moves slightly to the left, so Inos in the background.
Yes. No, I was just thinking that. That's the camera position, so like just off, off your shoulders, so neither of you can quite see him. There's, a big floofy couch. And then, Inos just slowly lowering a newspaper so his face peeks up over it.
Oh, I was going to say it was probably some sort of book, but yes, no. It's like,
And then they're not quite like today's newspapers, but yeah, you have news mentioned before. So I love the idea of 8 o'clock at night, Enos catching up on the evening news and just very Scooby-Doo pilled. All right, yes, but no, you dine with Narissa. The food is very high quality. Various things going on. So I know you were talking about asking her things. Gotta be honest, she probably doesn't have too much to broach with you. She's just here to ask you how your I was gonna say how your day's been, but probably longer time frame than that. How things have been lately, and make polite conversation.
I don't think Leslok hides. I already were esoteric. I don't think Leslok is gonna hide how the running up to being Marquess and what that has been like. I think he's gonna talk about his family had to explore an ancient I explored the ancient labyrinth. I claimed a family heirloom. I had to hunt wargs. I had to hunt down bandits of the family.
Dreadfully exciting, darling. However will your heart take it?
Well, that's for you to find out.
Slate in character laughter.
See, I had a list of things I would ask, just as conversations.
She does lament that her latest days have been, while not less stressful, have been less exciting, as she is, working on, again, repairs, administering Wirwin Keep and outlying estates, and making sure everything's in order. Handling her own planting season and crown, that sort of thing.
Let's see. I think I got this one done. I think we compared what we experienced over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Long day.
Nah, I think it's just we're getting on. We're over 3 hours. Don't worry, we're not too much longer.
No, it's I ate a bunch of food.
He's getting the itis.
Sounds like it was good.
Yeah, getting the itis, man.
Making me want to get more of my snacks.
Drink some water.
Ate a little bag of fried noodles, and that wasn't enough. Because they're mostly air.
I don't know word it, but I feel like Leslok's just going to ask her if she's picked up anything new, I guess, in the meantime, where she's been just getting new hobbies outside of just having to run everything.
Well, yeah, she would talk about, I won't in character it because it'll be just a short aside, but she does mention that, she's been working on her weaving and stitching work, obviously you have the scarf, but no, it's more in the I guess you would say administrative field.
I think as they talk for a while, he's going Leslok's going to ask her. Why am I following? This is very simple. After
the passion.
After a few points, not there yet. There's a lead up to that.
Okay.
But more just ask her if she's ever had any experiences of sorcery, just that kind of part of the world.
She kind of quirks an eyebrow at you.
Sure.
Well, I've noticed the unusual nature of your eyes, darling, obviously. But other than that, not really. I mean, there are some very old records buried in Wirwin Keep about the old dragon sorcerers, but alas, without any dragon hearts, there haven't been any of those in, many centuries.
Honestly, if I found a dragon, I'd be more compelled to convince it to let it be your mount.
Well, yes, that would be also more appropriate. Many records about that as well. Actually, if you ever have a time to visit, I can show you. We do have some old... They're shut up now, but there are some old I guess you'd call them dragon stables. Some outbuildings and towers to hold dragon cavalry back in the day when there were dragon riders, which there haven't been, sadly, since nearly as long as there haven't been dragon sorcerers.
Do you think just one party outbid the other when it came to demand?
She kind of pauses and thinks about it and says, "Honestly, yes. It's not really my field, but I do know a thing or two about taking care of animals, horses and birds. I suspect that the population couldn't sustain both at the same time. The problem being that, like a lot of livestock, you want both the dragon for the power, the heart, the ritual, because dragon sorcery is, by all accounts anyway, very useful, very strong. Not, of course, to downplay your own gifts, darling, but I'm fairly certain Veilers don't, breathe fire or throw spears of lightning.
No, what I can do would not directly win a war.
But also, dragon riders can win wars too. After all, even House Caleri's hippogriff mounts can't breathe fire.
True.
But dragons were also always temperamental. As I'm sure you know, most Monstrum can't really truly be tamed, so I suspect that dragons only listened to the House of the Dragon because they were kindred. You want to roll sense plus hearing, but yeah, you probably can't hear it all.
I just feel like Leslok noticed you're here, but it's just not letting it pay. It's just not paying mind.
You have to roll sight probably to see, but you're also pretty good at that, I think.
I can do that.
Inos, are you actively trying not to be seen?
No. I was here first. Fuck them.
Yeah,
you were here first.
That's fair. So you don't roll. You won't roll to oppose, but
I am trying to listen in.
You got 8s. You're good.
Did
Did you get it straight? Hold on.
Wait.
1, 2, 3.
He doesn't have an 8,
5,
but yeah.
6. Yeah. 8, 7, 9. What the fuck? You're too engrossed with this conversation. You don't actually.
Honestly, I don't mind.
No,
I don't care that much.
Funny. It's great. Yeah, no, you're obviously you're enjoying your date way too much to notice that Inos is just back there. Inos, you do successfully listen in though. You're listening. You're hearing all that.
Excellent.
And by the way, actually, to raise a point, Narissa does have a couple points in expert animal trainer. So yeah, she knows about animal handling. And so yeah, she kind of talks about how, at least from all the records, dragons are quite unusual. I suspect it was just kind of part of the covenant, for lack of a better term, that explained it. But when the populations dwindled and there were less wild dragons to bring in, it was harder to keep up at domestic, for lack of a better term, populations, and they just kind of disappeared.
You think it would be like the records of prices they're being like? Is the word endangered like a thing? No. I guess before they became, when they were dwindling into like single numbers, do you think that'd be a crisis thing?
I mean, it did happen quite a while ago, also.
Yeah.
Oh, there probably was. The records are a little vague around that time, but strictly speaking, I think dragon riders, or dragon dancers as the term is colorfully called, the actual order stopped having proper fighting dragons around the time of the War of the 13. I'm not going to say that the war reduced the population for sure, but it's quite possible. And since then, there have been all wild dragonkin had been pushed out of most major islands of Tricoron. Unless, your kindred have been secretly hiding some dragons up in the mountains. Blink, blink, eyelash.
I wouldn't be right to say.
Well, maybe I'll have to come check.
Perhaps. You're always invited.
And I appreciate that. Of course, I have to make the time.
I mean, I'm now at the point where I want to ask the question. I also think I want to get some food in.
I mean, yeah, you're eating and talking.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't know how Leslok transitions into it.
I mean, that's fine. No, not to your house.
Norlon.
Not inside the mountains.
Yeah, but you said she's gonna have to go check for herself. Where is she gonna check in the higher DM stuff except for their house?
She would check the top of the mountain first, obviously.
Just for the giants, which is a separate ordeal.
You know, all the dragon bones sticking out of the mountain.
Clearly, yes.
Well, we might actually find like some fucking bones
Don't
somewhere.
get distracted by them.
But yes, sorry. Ugh.
Like I said, you don't got to worry about the exact transitional rate. It's just say what you mean to say.
Leslok wants to ask if she'd want to be with him as.
Okay.
But it's.
I can't tell if it's just Axe is not communicating very clearly, or if his like mic connection is not.
Oh, is it cutting out? Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
It's kind of like it did cut out for a bit.
Yeah,
I think it's
you're
just he was
getting
getting
a little
quiet. You couldn't get the pickup.
My bad.
Nice. It's okay.
I was going to ask. I'm really nervous of this. Stupid. Ugh. I was going to ask if you're willing to be with him in the future.
I mean, it's a very methodical way to
No, you're right.
roll your fascinate pool. Can you say
Alright,
this
with-
better?
With the way this is going, it feels like you're about to start breaking into song like the middle.
Okay,
of the room.
actually,
Honestly, he'd be better at that.
all right, everyone else here, please just give me. How about you just tell me how I should say it? I'll take take advice from actually everyone here because I'm.
I can't give advice. It's me.
Yeah, fair. At least.
I.
I'm trying to think of the best, like, because it sounds so clinical when you say, "Oh, do you want to,
No,
be
you're
with
right. I
me
don't.
in the
I
future?"
really
It's
don't
like,
want to say that because I think there's a better way of saying this. Because
What would be the best way for Leslok?
it's I'm not proposing immediately because it's a bit different
See,
than that.
'cause here's
Enos
the
is going to
thing.
cough very loudly.
I'm gonna be honest. The way I see it, unfortunately, Axe, the way you've played and represented Leslok so far, awkward stammering is probably the best you're gonna get.
But I will,
I mean-
I will direct Leslok since that Enos is here.
I think Leslie just turns it like, oh, right. You said you'd
Narissa
be
doesn't
here.
notice that Enos is there.
But
She does not have a lot of dice in hearing.
Enos kind of does a "come over here" gesture.
I think Leslok
You can excuse yourself from the table. You
excuse
guys
herself
should
for a
have
moment, and I guess,
Huddle.
yeah, I guess just huddles behind the couch.
It's like Enos like just looks at Leslok. What are you doing?
Making it a mistake and an achievement at the same time.
Enos just kind of rolls his eyes and throws his hands up. Are you popping the question? Gonna ask her to marry you? He's saying this very low, by the way.
It's fine. You've already seen what Narissa's pool for
Yeah.
hearing is.
She's better at focusing on the thing in front of her.
Yes.
Not much better,
Yeah, fair enough.
but she does have a point in sight. Yes.
Yes, I want to ask her to marry, though I know it's going to take a long time to get it to happen. So
Well, Enos kind of
just not think about that.
Enos just kind of waves his hand dismissively. It's not about we're not thinking about the future. We're thinking about the now. It's all like I've been listening to you talk, and you sound like you're more talking about a clinical report than any romance. Listen, this is what you're going to do. You're going to sit down, apologize for stepping away, ask to take her hand. Then you will look her deep into the eyes and as firmly, as resolutely as you can possibly say, Narissa, you are my love. Will you please be with me, perhaps forever?
I feel like just there should be a shoulder Inos and a shoulder Rodrigo, just going passion, romance.
Romance.
Listen,
Passion.
listen. Me and Rodrigo should never get in a passion off.
You will. I don't know how that will result.
Start making out. I think that's.
Yeah, I was about to say you guys have to start making out.
Hey, you want to go somewhere later? You want to hang out under some windows and sing at some comely maidens?
Oh shit, man! Enos would totally be down to that.
Oh,
They
no,
go
that's
as
not-
each other wingman and end up home together.
Oh god, that's not Enos like he's bisexual.
No, Enos.
I think Inos already knows that.
Yeah, no, but no. Rodrigo would probably be my bromance, like my genuine bromance, if we hung out more. But,
Right.
anyway, so it's like, and I'm gonna give you 3 hints. 1, stop thinking about it so much. You already know what you want to do. You just have to do it. 2, stop thinking about what she thinks about it. And 3, there is no 3. I don't know why I said that. I lied.
Because the rule
And
3.
3. Where's my popcorn?
I was gonna say 3, smile, but no. I said 3. I forgot.
So, relax. Don't think. Speak from the heart. Take her hand. Look her in the eye. You got that, man?
Not forget
Yes.
Good. Now, Enos, is gonna, kind of slap Leslok's cheeks. Bah! Go get them, Tiger.
Tiger with a Y.
Okay. I was gonna say Leslok rolls from the couch, but no, he doesn't. Just,
No.
no, because that's more of a.
We're having
that's more
a
Konrad move.
polite aside in the corner. It's
Yes.
Yeah, that's a. I guess Leslok will duck down, then back up from outside the couch.
Yep.
I guess brush him off a little bit, just like he was doing so, like to do a thing. It's back down. Leslok puts his hand over Nerissa's to gently move it into his as he looks her in the eyes.
She'll hold hands.
Nerissa Petto. The shining dancer of my eye.
Match for her.
Will you marry me?
Wow. Okay, so we are jumping straight to it.
I
Well,
probably
let's-
should I probably should say some lead up action.
No, it's fine. You said it.
No.
Is
You,
it-
yeah, you did the thing Inos said to do. Just go straight to it. I wasn't
Just
sure you
straight
were
to it.
gonna do it. I would still like you to roll. What did I say before? Charm plus fascinate.
I'm going to add my mission to this because this is my mission.
What is your mission actually?
For
Is it
certain,
murder?
for Petroy's heart.
Yeah, that counts. Yeah, go ahead in there.
I was about
I
to say,
don't.
if
I don't know if my craving applies here because it's spending time with her, so I know it's separate.
I mean, I think you
That
can
tie
get
with my new
multiple
friends and
actions per
lovers.
roll, right?
They can over if you can have multiple effects there.
Yeah, I think you can get. Yeah, if you can get multiple dice, yes, you should also add your craving die as well.
I'm pretty
So
sure
I
you've
was
done it
surprised when you
before.
asked about your mission.
All right.
Um,
So that makes it. Let's
yes.
make it 7 dice for my fascinate.
And I'm not gonna say that if you roll nothing, it's not like she's gonna be like, haha, no. It's like
It's
I
how
wanna,
sweeping it is.
Yeah, I wanna see how well Leslok can carry the passion of the moment.
3.
Threes.
I could do lead up.
I mean, you don't gotta if you don't have the word thoughts right now. God,
Oh, the lead up is like
go for it.
I don't know the exact words, but it's he knows it will take. He knows it would take long to set up, right? But it's like I'm willing to no matter how long it takes, willing to be there with you for us to be together. I'll do what I can, and I'm ready. I'm ready to change the world if it's what it takes to be with you.
Jesus.
He's going all in. He's all in.
He's got to stop going all in.
I was about to
I
say,
don't
yeah,
think he knows how to do that one.
That's like something good at doing all in.
all the chips are on the table.
1 or
Hey.
10. No in
Hey,
between.
well, listen, we're here. Okay, all right. Yes. Well,
Listen, I'm going for a 9. I'm going for a 9 amount of expression here.
He's
Like,
going for
10
the
is-
3-pointer.
You've rolled. You're fascinating. You've succeeded. I didn't put a difficulty. You got it. So, like, you Leslok, which he's not, always the greatest at, though you did still roll 5 dice for that without your mission and craving in there. But, you actually bring out the passion. Ta-da-da.
I'm not good at putting it by voice, but like my my heart is fucking pounding right now.
That I can tell. That's okay. It's everybody's moment for that, except for Konrad, who just got to drink beer and be like, "I killed some pirates."
Yeah.
I mean, that's Conrad's life.
Turkey leg. Actually, shit, I don't think you guys would have turkey legs. That's a new world animal. You guys don't have turkey. You're eating pheasant, which isn't nearly as beefy as turkey. Anyway, questions
We
for
don't
later.
mess with the chickens. Legend of Zelda toss that.
That was much more Morlock than chicken. Trying to make a cuckoo sound.
No,
Anyway,
Murloc.
yes, no. You successfully communicate your passion to Nerissa.
Oh my god, I had
She,
I had more things I
clasps
could put
her
in
hand
there,
both
yeah.
of you, and she's just like, Leslok, darling. First of all, she's kind of like doing her own word hunting now.
I did write. It's like, why did you make this so hard for me? So difficult.
No, she's like, like, no, she's not quite swooning, but she, clasps your hand in both hands. She's in there. Yeah. You got your tombstone right now. Whip it out. Start filming.
That's not gonna happen. We can't invent
this
that.
is why I refuse to play a romantically competent character, is because I can't do it, so I don't try.
Fair enough. Fair enough. That
Well,
means you
Leslok
gotta
knows he's
leave
not
me
the
to do
greatest, but he's
like
still
work.
fucking trying.
Yeah, and I think that's the
Yeah.
part. I mean, honestly, I think that's the part that it makes sense for Nerissa's character that she likes about Leslok. Leslok is smart and tries his hardest. You're not always the best at communicating it, but like, she likes your authenticity, I guess, for lack of a better word.
I'm a genuine. Leslok is genuine.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I think at this point you probably have points in lie. I don't remember off your character sheet.
I don't actually.
Oh, really? Okay, then yeah. So you are absolutely on.
I'm entirely Grace's fascinating.
Yeah. So no. So like you're genuine. You know how to like couch things the right way to be polite, but that's why I had you roll fascinate, not Grace's. You're not doing that right. So like I said, she takes your hand in both hands, and she's like, "Leslok, darling. First and foremost, I want to say that I, Nerissa Pettyroy, do accept. But obviously, we are going to need to put in a little bit of work.
Of course.
I have heard from a little bird that you spoke to my father earlier today, so we don't need to count on that one. But, as I said, there'll need to be some work. As much as I adore your company. No, seriously, I'm not kidding you. It's so refreshing compared to all the little lords and ladies who hang around the palace. And also, unfortunately, my courtiers and clerks, but I am also in charge of some lands, so there are some things that we need to get settled.
I was not expecting anything. I just.
Obviously, I was sort of assuming that things were going in this direction with, she reaches out, picks up one of her hands, reaches back, and brushes the pin that's in her hair. This particular piece of work.
Also have, I think, everyone in Trichrone by tomorrow will know.
I mean, everyone in the room probably looking at it right now.
Yeah, everybody's giving a little side eye. So, as two, young people, I'm happy to accept. We've been, speaking for years. Find your company enjoyable. But we may also, actually, let me. No, she definitely doesn't have as much graces as you. But okay, yeah, she's graces 3. She's got the higher level for most nobles have. There will need to be certain social appearances, of course. We wouldn't want to appear untoward or sudden. Obviously, like I said, we've been corresponding for years. Shared our daily troubles, that sort of thing. But yes, it's a sort of thing we're going to have to work up towards. But I will be glad to work towards it with you. And yeah, she's usually the bold action one. She's gonna lean in for the kiss.
I think Leslok will just like
She's going.
take it. Yeah, I don't think he
You
can do
just take it.
That's
Just
hey,
takes
what
it.
can you do?
I have taken
Listen,
the
what's
first.
actually this is a good question. How much body do you have,
too.
Leslok? 2? Interesting.
I'm not like he's not puny, but he's not large.
3, 3, 4, 3, 2, 2. The 2s are in knowledge and sense. Narissa's not as book smart as Leslok by any means, but she's not
Her
like an
coordination
idiot.
body, but the rest are like 3s and 4s and 5s.
Yeah, she's 3s in
so.
coordination, 3 in body. 3 charm, 4 command. I'm good at this.
Oddly enough, I have like all the sense skills I have. I at least have 4 in each of those. So,
Yeah,
I at least-
that's like her major weakness. Her knowledge skills are mostly in strategy and tactics, but she's got them. So
I don't have those, so like it works out.
anyway, enough talking about what stat spread your Fire Emblem future children are gonna have.
I don't want to think about that. I'm not thinking
Donald,
about
get
that.
in here.
I guess I am the Lord character, so this is how this goes.
Yeah.
I have a she said.
Sadly, right now she's a soldier. She's an officer, but you can.
Yeah,
Actually, no, that's not true. She
signs.
actually has animal companions, so she's got a horse.
I do think we should probably, I guess, set up it's probably paladin. But probably, I guess, betrothal, and I guess then everything else will probably gonna take like months to maybe a year to sort out.
Yeah. So, like, actually, for this like across multiple cultures for this historical time period, yeah, a wedding is not. It's not necessarily a huge event, though. Obviously, Narissa is technically a royal.
Or the other parts are.
But it's not an urgent affair either. Like
Yeah.
It doesn't take forever to get happen because it needs to be planned. But it's the kind of thing where like the couple goes, "Want to get married? Yeah, let's get married. Okay, we'll figure out a good time for it." So, and obviously with Narissa, there's some planning. But yes, well, technically the nearest tablet is that what did I call it? There was that little gossip rag. I think it was like translated to the Daily Sun. You did get a little weird. You did get a little weird gossip note when you arrived. In case you forgot.
Wait,
I do remember it, but I just didn't remember the place of it. Also,
No,
it's
I
probably
can't
late.
remember
They probably don't. They're probably not
Wait,
open.
I need to double check something. But like, I need to remember the name of the lady. It's not.
What lady?
The authoress. It was
The
very.
author.
No, her.
Yes, The End Soleil, The Daily Sun by Lady Featherbottom.
Yeah.
Nah, I'll just tell
there-
everyone tomorrow.
Is also the I mean, some printers, but like you said, it's late. It's
Was it
like
Kaz or was it Paloma? Though?
about what?
Who invited us to come here originally? Because I'm blanking on her name.
Estelle.
The
Estelle?
Princess Estelle?
There's Estelle.
Her
You just go
sister?
tell her, I guess.
She's not here.
It's not here.
right.
Yeah, she's out at dinner. And
Being
then
very
Paloma's
cross
not
to your
here as
brother.
Because he denied her seeing her Inos.
Honestly, like, I think probably because she's cool with Inos, she's probably cool with all of you, the third princess, I should say. It'd be wonderful for her to pop up and surprise you at the dock. Hello, it's just like last time. Anyway, yes.
Let's look at
Tabloids
sort
aside,
out.
Without mother.
we'll probably run that out in the... Actually, you know what? I'll say canonically, if, Inos is willing to put the footwork in, we could just say that's going to happen on tomorrow's morning. Gossip Rag.
If you're gonna let me do this, yes, I am totally going to do this.
I put a gossip rag in the story, so no, we're here. We're in it.
No,
I
will.
don't care how or why. I know that Enos has the skills. He has a
New
very particular
Marquess
set of
engaged engaged and coordinated the same day.
The heart is willing, but
Actually,
body
I have a question. What is the skill?
flabby.
What is the skill to write a like not like as an author, but to write a passionate newspaper article?
Honestly, probably fascinate. If you want to inspire emotion. Maybe command plus inspire because you're trying to reach a large group.
Better at expert skill, but that's separate.
You think you let me get away with fascinate? I would like to.
Yeah, you can get away with fascinate.
I would say I don't think your beauty would affect it.
Oh no, it's definitely not. But
Yeah, no.
I still have 8 dice
beauty
in this.
increase wouldn't work, but
Yeah.
no, you can roll fascinate. Because the thing about writing an entry is that it can you can format it like it's to one person, or you can format it to it's like a group. But yeah, I think fascinate is just the normal skill for.
But yes,
provoking
I
emotional
will
response.
basically write an article.
It's very easy to do at the social club. There are desks and letters and stuff for writing material. But I also mentioned there's a courier office, a postage office on the ground floor too. So
Wait, but I can't. Like, I need to give myself. I need to give myself a pen name real quick here.
sure, like I said, we're probably gonna wrap up the session after the Daedro Timo. Which, like I said, after a cute kiss, there's not a big enough crowd for there to be catcalls or anything. Inos can feel faint.
It's just Enos.
The red quill.
Mr. Tails, I like it.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that Leslok will at least try to make, I guess, set up that we are now betrothed. I guess what to set that up.
Well, yeah, you're affianced. It's not like there's no like prenup or anything, but she's you've offered, she has accepted.
Okay. I got a set of 4s. It is okay.
It's pretty all right. You could probably do better, but you could do worse.
It's my first article. I might keep doing this if I keep seeing weird things, or interesting things, or romantic things.
Note: make sure that Inos isn't around.
Well, what's your site pool like?
Better than Narissa's.
Well, that's true.
See, this is why I had my romantic entanglements at the Admiral's place, because if Enos wants to try and break in there, be my guest.
Actually,
Real,
no. Sorry. I didn't mean actually on breaking in on that. Could I send in a I'm gonna send in the second one, but I'm going to detail the attack of the pirate ship.
Oh, you're gonna get real yellow journalism. Yeah. Yeah, that would still be fascinating if you want to try and like provoke a particular response.
You're selling a pulp story now.
My other major argument for like writing would probably be use of your language pool, but like I said,
I think that's a strength.
You are trying to
No, it's very excuse me.
Try and run a very particular thing here, like I said, where you're trying to provoke stuff. So yeah, mates. The pirate story is a little better than the betrothal story, but I think that's because you have more meat to work.
Mm-hmm. Now send it into the Daily Sun. Basically, just as someone with
Dearest reader,
Stop the
I,
presses.
Lady Featherbottom, have received most interesting missives from a gentleman caller naming himself Mr. Tail. I shall reprint for you what he has relayed to me thus. Enos block text.
Yes, I'm going to do this because I love the dramatique. I want people to know. I love this.
I think you earn yourself a bonus XP, something that's causing me more trouble too.
Nah,
we're good.
I don't think Enos took problem shitstir.
I think that's just covered. That's in the vibe. Anything else you want to say to Narissa? Obviously, like I said, you will probably have finish your dinner, have some nice dessert, tea, go home. You see her back to her door. She goes in, etc. Probably kisses you on the cheek before you go. Oh, youth.
Oh, I think Leslok leaves her. Actually, I think he just takes a piece of paper and writes a note down for her to keep as like a thing for her to think about another time.
Oh, like what?
It's in my mind, it's like a really thoughtful thing of if there's any question you ever wanted answered in your life, what is it?
I mean, you could just ask her that. She'd think about it. But yeah, okay. Being all spooky and mysterious. Hey, I'll note to you that it's sadly all of the mirror shops are closed right now, buddy. But still, food for thought.
Yes, I'll have time for that later. But
yeah, that'll wrap up the day's work, I think. We approach nearly 4 hours of
I
recording
mean,
time.
I still technically have to finish up my thing, but I can do that next week.
Yeah, I
Do
guess
it
it
now,
depends on
it's
how
not-
much. Well, that's what I said. It depends, I guess, on how much talking you want to do. Because like, I'm not in a rush to get out of here. It is a
I
3-day
feel pretty
weekend, like
good. I don't have work tomorrow, so I can like stay up.
So like, I just
I
want to,
mean, no one had
you
work
know,
tomorrow, so.
how much talky pants do
Probably
you
wouldn't
wanna
be
do?
a lot, but I wanted to get some, like... 'Cause, I mean, this is not the last time they're going to see me, so...
Yeah.
I probably just wanted to get their reactions and, like, kind of just figure that out.
I mean, on the one hand, the twins are a little nonplussed because you did the thing we talked about where you said it in front of Mother. It was a little awkward, but it was also kind of funny.
Look, I panicked. All of my cousins decided to fucking do something like this today, and I don't know, I felt
You know what
pressured.
that is. No. Okay.
Listen, we
But
had a
besides
household
that-
meeting. I said
Look,
you
we
all
had a
knew what I was
meeting.
doing, and everyone said no.
Look, I felt social pressure because all of my cousins decided to bring this up yesterday. I'm sorry, I panicked.
Oh, Omega,
Yeah.
just as an addendum, I also want to include the giving of the jewel dragon pin in the betrothal message.
That's fair. Yes.
Yes.
You can summarize the
Yeah.
recent turn of events.
Yes.
You may even note how it began with the silken scarf.
Yes, I will.
Yeah. Like I said, you passed your fascinate roll. You narrativize it a little.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like obviously, Nicola, like I said, they're a little bemused about that one, but all in all, you've been friendly, you've been flirty. They're all right with kind of like seeing how things go. I'm trying to think, if there anything particular they would phrase about stuff. No, I think at the moment they're just like either of them are probably like conferring with like each other about like, okay, what events are on our courtship song and dance, like what kind of stuff would they want to do as like part of this process. And I don't know if Nicola has any like
In that case,
killer date ideas he wants to float.
not at this. Dallas does not have any at this second, but Dallas will have to think about that. But if after the serious conversations are done, Nicola will actively, because he knows they. No, I'm not going to say it like that. That's wrong, bad choice of words. But they would enjoy this type of shit. He is going to give them a rundown on how the pirate battle went.
Oh yeah, they're very interested in this.
and Nicola's newfound thought of, so I just took their anchor and I threw it.
Yeah, that was a big crowd pleaser. That's very interesting. Probably some comments about how like you can do similar sorts of things with anima, but an anchor is very heavy, so it's not easy to like. It doesn't have like windage, but you could hypothetically like fuck with somebody's sails or something.
Yeah. But no. Get into more because I think I have I am definitely not in the I'm definitely not in the same I'm not in Speedy Gonzalez mode like some of us in the family.
I mean, I don't think some people are in Speedy Gonzalez mode, but I don't think particularly Leslok and Narissa, like I said, because Axe has been like asking me about this. It's like, man, we were so like young. Is it okay? And I'm like, no. You've been exchanging letters for like 3 years. That is technically all part of the courtship period. You haven't been like going on dates the way that we understand it now, but like it's technically it's been in the air. So that's why she's like, on a personal level, she was like, okay, I accept, but also, we're important people who have stuff to do, so we gotta figure it all out. But all right, okay. Yeah, I don't want to speed blitz through your twin conversation, but yes, you specifically, kind of check how they're feeling on stuff, and then tell them about the pirates. That's very exciting. And then after that, are you ready to return home then, Nicola?
Yes.
Alrighty, yeah, I think that's going to wrap us up. And yes, as like you said, we have not gotten to the High Council meeting. I wasn't sure if we would or not, but we had.
I was thinking we could have, but I wasn't thinking so.
We had a pretty good run of vignettes, but you know, the fact that basically everybody except Inos decided to be super dramatic today, and Konrad was pretty normal. He did at least have questions, though.
Hey, I was super dramatic in,
I tried to be
in
this
an indirect way.
You were dramatic later after you saw everybody be. You were like, "Oh shit, I gotta get on this. They're stealing my drama thunder. Can't have that. I need my thunder."
I will say just one thing, as kind of as a joke, but it would really happen. When Nicola gets home, Konrad is waiting there, sharpening his sword.
Just in case, you gotta make sure you got home.
Just in case.
Yeah.
I wonder if she.
No. I
wonder if we should get like
better than
matching.
I
I wonder if we should get like matching like rings that are like dragon.
I need to go pass out.
I mean, this
Or-
listen to this guy. He's already planning matching wedding ring.
I probably would have directly said to the twins, like, "That was the scariest thing I've ever done, and I fought a war recently. I had nothing on that."
Leslok is going to get a shirt made for both Nerissa and Kefis that just says "I'm stuff," and he'll be wearing a shirt that says "I'm into stuff."
I don't think that works.
Konrad's going to get a shirt saying, "My cousin says I can't fight Inara," and point it with the arrow pointing towards.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how it
Easy
all
buddy
shakes out.
Yeah.
But all right, okay, good sesh. This
But yes,
was technically much more role playing, but also had a lot of plot because I think we got into a lot of what
I cleared my
character
mission.
motivations and shit are.
I did my mission technically.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't think I'd do one, but I'll work on
Well,
that.
you'll have time to think about a new one. We'll run it by.
Konrad's going to have to go start beating up criminals.
Yeah.
Also, I guess
I guess.
I'm getting a better sense of
just.
just. I think I'm getting a better sense of what Leslok is now, because I guess say this to you, Omega. It's Leslok. When has he not thought ahead and done it to like thought about to the tens?
It's true. Well, this is that conversation that happened between Countess Mule and Konrad. You know, surprise, not Leslok's strong suit. Long thinking, he does a lot of that.
Yeah.
But okay, all right, we'll wrap up the sesh. As it is, FGO maintenance and stuff. I don't think we mentioned any new people. Let's go into the Dramatis Personae.
I had a lot. I guess I have to think.
It'll be kind of the like obviously you guys will have still time your day to do any particular immediate social stuff you need. But I suspect next session will mostly be running through, the council meeting, getting a lot of exposition, Leslok talking about exposition to you, and then lead up to contest stuff because there's still some interesting things to talk about in there. I will say, because we did not get to it this night, but in my notes, I was thinking about like kind of how the Festival of the Rising Dragon is formatoed, and like kind of what the rules are, and the like rough way the festival is usually those who are under 20 years old are allowed to participate. So technically, Leslok, and even Konrad and Inos are still able to get in on some events. It will be considered gauche, I think I mentioned before, for Konrad and Inos to like dip into events and contests they've been represented at in the past, several years.
Yeah, no.
Because you've had several passes at this.
Yeah.
Oh.
But if there's new shit that you want to get in on, you can still squeak in. And obviously, some of you may still be able to participate in the Blossom Dance Festival again. Leslok, you would be considered good to go, but I would note already, I was going to bring this up later, but I'll bring it up now. Since you are going to be sitting in on the High Council meetings, and the scheduler is supposed to be secret and stuff, anything where you would like use your foreknowledge to your advantage would be, socially inappropriate.
That's seen as a bad faith kind of thing.
But there's still some discussion about some of the events, and I might draw you out with some stuff. Otherwise, you can just sit on the sidelines about some stuff. And
I think there might be an event I have to run, but we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how the scheduling is.
I
But
think
that'll
you
be
mentioned that
know,
might
stuff
be
for
next
session.
year.
Honestly, I think I probably will attend the Blossom Dance, if only just to make sure our debutantes have a good time. Make sure nothing weird happens
Don't
there.
worry, buddy. You will want to attend anyway when I give you the
Who's gonna dance with the
steeds, show
princess?
you the business.
Son of a bitch.
Who's gonna dance
Anyway.
with the princess?
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, he wanted to do that anyway.
Well, yeah.
With that ominous thought, let's do EXP. Everybody was here. Everybody did a real good job role playing, especially because a lot of you got one-on-one time.
I think actual
Yeah.
dramatic. I think we get the dramatic one now, but if it's only a negative dramatic stuff,
I don't. Well, I don't think. I don't.
check the phrasing.
I don't think anything necessarily. Well, let me.
I guess it's dramatic plot stuff.
Turning
stuff.
EXP. Dramatic plot alteration. In a session where anything really dramatic, climactic, or abysmal occurs. I don't think we're quite at climax.
No.
There was a lot of dramatic stuff this session.
Yeah, but it was all like mostly like an exposition and moving things with things we already did. Nothing really changed.
Yeah. Nobody actually got married yet. You know.
I think it's more like I guess that goes more the thespian point.
Like
Yeah, that's the thespian point, which usually you guys do, but I'm not afraid to withhold if like.
Dallas, you get your point for murder. You get your point for problems. Sorry.
Like-
Dallas got his problem point.
I mean, I think we would have got dramatic point if Leslok had said that and we could have just thrown down his wide glass and it's like, we duel now.
Yeah.
That would have been like the dramatic point.
Oh yeah,
But
for
no,
like Logesh. Yeah,
It's pretty straightforward.
Did I say Leslok? I'm
Um,
sorry.
I got what you meant.
Yeah.
You said some Liz name, but I fucking couldn't catch it. Like I said, I've been fighting a little tonight. I've been a little lightheaded.
I have an off
and-
mic
and
thing to
stuff
ask you
confused.
guys, but it's entirely irrelevant.
Yeah, we'll wrap up first. We have not. It says when you like the examples are overcome a heated foe, or conclude some lengthy plot episode.
I did
It
not
does say
find
that it has to be the moment where you
who-
guys.
who's like the head of the syndicate yet. So
And it does say that you have to be like the one to bring it up. Like it actually is not just if I drop something on you and I'm, dun dun dun. It's like, all right, we're resolving the things. We've moved forward. But I do like that it's still kind of a pity point if you guys like somehow tumble into something terrible. So for the out of character stuff, I know for a fact. Well, I'm pretty reasonable that Lucky, Aren, and Axe have over the blarp written some stuff.
I mean, hey, I know it like it helps you keep tabs on things.
Like I said, I can see where I'm thinking. Yeah, I think Dallas's was just from last time.
I pretty much posted the same thing for Mora, Conti, and the Baroness. What the hell happened between our father and the Baroness?
Well, you're gonna have to sit down and ask some people.
Yeah. And then I also did posts on
I
everyone.
think I get 4 XP today because I got those 3 from the mission.
No, yeah, you concluded your mission. Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to clear that out, and I want to replace it. I need to like figure out like uphold the legacy of my parents more because I didn't think about what my father standed for, but that might be come up later. But oddly enough, my new mission in mind is I want to ensure Aurelia's debut.
Well, that will be the time for it. That's a good mission. I'm gonna tell you, there's a lot of NPCs at this shindig that have similar missions. And yes,
So it's
NPCs have missions and cravings. Not
Yeah.
every NPC has all 3, but I try to distribute those among them.
I would say NPCs.
I'm going
Yeah,
to write it
NPCs
as
would be good.
ensure Aurelia's bold debut because I'm just going to take it as I need to make it something at least memorable.
That's fair. I think that's also how you phrased your own debut in the prologue as well.
Someday I'll complete my mission.
I think that fits for next time, which means I might do events that she might do well in. So I guess I have personally motivated like everyone else at that table is going to be.
But all right, okay, that's the XP. We're good. We'll see you next time for much more politicking, though there was a little bit of politicking this session. Say good night, everybody. Goodbye.
Good night.
Bye.